You still playing this thing?
What? What? Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. Got Cheese sleeping here. She's sleeping. She's looking at me like... Because she just woke up, sort of. I mean, she's just been up and down for like the last half hour because I'm moving things around, and it's still a spot that she's not super comfortable with, but she's getting there. Why is that quiet? Hi, hello, Plain Isaac. Thank you for the 212 bits. And thank you for the 301 bits earlier. Thank you. Turn those alerts up a little bit. They seem to be a little quiet. Cats must have pushed it down. As they
You need a spanking.
Thank you, No Name, for the 269 bits. Oh, hi and hello. Octopath Traveler 2, day 11. 11. Yeah, the volume works. Day 11. I think either today or tomorrow we will finish it. I think that if we don't finish this today, it'll be finished tomorrow. Remember today or tomorrow is early in, early out. I think we'll probably only have a few more of the early ins, early out Mondays. A lot of me really likes the earlier time on Monday. Really, what I like about the earlier time Monday is the earlier end on Monday, not the earlier start. And the reason is because around 7 o'clock, people are pretty much gone by that point. You know, there's still some people hanging on, you know, evening folk and everything like that. But generally speaking, the vast majority of people have gone to bed or whatever. So it arose from the fact that like streaming past 7 just kind of feels like a waste to people that want to see the game, that want to experience it, you know. And so I thought starting a couple hours early would make up for that. So anyway, yeah, exactly. Yeah, people, I mean, you know, people are passing out, they're ready to go to bed, start the day in the next morning, you know. And honestly, I could probably stomach starting a couple hours early, no problem, to end a couple hours early. You know, we'll see. And this will be like after I finish my early Monday, because I have to end earlier on Monday than I'd like to end, assuming that I would change the schedule a little bit, you know. So, and heck, I feel like if I started a couple hours early, I wouldn't be as bothered by going a couple hours earlier, or later rather. Yeah, I mean, we did a poll where we asked people what their thoughts are. It was pretty damn even. It was like 15% were in favor of it, 15% were opposed, and then 70% were indifferent. So it was just like, okay, well, I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess I just choose what schedule works for me the most. Yeah, I'm West Coast, so 7 p.m. to me is 10 to everybody else for the most part. I mean, there's a few in the Midwest or whatever, or Mountain, but generally speaking, most people that watch are Eastern, which is why this start time works pretty good, because EU is still awake, and Eastern time is about getting home from their 9 to 5 about this time, so, you know, works out pretty all right. I mean, at the end of the day, my stream time is my stream time because it works for me, and not because I'm trying to work it for anybody else. Was it a yawn sneeze? No. So I don't really, like, at the end of the day, you know, I care more about my own schedule than what everybody else cares about my schedule. But that's not the only consideration. Like, if I have multiple schedules that work for me, then I'm going to see what everybody else wants and see what works for them, obviously. Because, you know, if I have 2 schedules that work for me, I'm going to pick the one that everybody else wants more, right? So, you know, whatever. Anyway, welcome into Octopath Traveler 2, day 11. We are pretty much I think we wrapped up all of the singular stories. It's just some shared story things that tend to go a lot faster. And then we will see what happens with the game, if it's going to continue into a focused story or what. But, we're pretty much done. So I figure we'll give a good chance of finishing up today. If we don't, then we'll finish up tomorrow. Playing Isaac, what's up? Berserk now, hello. Rhea Power, Mecha. We got Pikachu. Playing Isaac, hello again. Alex Bellio, thank you for 85 months. And hello. Mecha, Lone Fellow, hello. What's up, Hillary? Northrex, Slain Asher. What's up, No Name? Schubinator, what's going on? What's up, Berserk now, Lone Fellow? Vax, what's up? God damn, 400. Silver Dragon and Lurkers. All right. Okay. I think we had a story here, so let's head up to the bar. Oh, I already have the people in my party. Why are you blocking me? No, not really. I will say that some of the resolutions were nice, but like without the build up, what's the point? You know, you need everything to build up to be compelling for the resolution to feel meaningful. And if you don't do that, then like I don't give a shit about your fancy resolution if you didn't keep me interested through the whole game. So no. I mean, like, yes and no. Like, they were definitely better. There were better endings than there were, you know, beginnings and middles. But it's kind of like the too little too late sort of situation. Where's the damn inn? I don't think there's an inn here. Oh yeah, I did, yeah, because the in-tier bosses all have some dialogue at sub like 10% or something, but every time I get them down sub 10%, it's almost like a big boom to like burn, you know, and so they just have to trigger their cutscene at 1 HP, and then I just bop them and boop in the snoot, and then done deal. Whatever, I'll just do a heal. So I think we have like 2 or 3 of these like crossed path stories, and that should be everything until we get whatever the final thing is, if there is one. I know in the first game you do all the stories and then you get a combined story.
They're beautiful.
I will see what that is.
Hikari? Their light is so soothing.
They're paper lanterns, made to resemble the human soul.
Yeah, because everybody knows what the human soul looks like.
Castletown began decorating the streets with them to send off the departed.
I don't know why I'm so yawning so much. I've been like super like energetic this morning, no problem, and then
They may be gone, but they're never far from our hearts.
Indeed, their souls light our way.
How wondrous.
Lord Hikari!
that's a good one, Johnny Orphan Stomper. That could be a side villain or something, or
Merely an idle
repeated
suggestion,
antagonist.
but might we hold a festival
mid-boss.
to commemorate our victory? Since time immemorial, Ku has celebrated its victories in war with lavish festivities. We should do the same, so the people can come to love their new king.
No.
But why, Your Majesty?
Our friends' wounds are still fresh, their bodies and minds still raw.
Hey, buddy.
We all lost much in the war. There was no cause for celebration.
You have a kind heart, Hikari.
Cat out there in the hall being cutie.
But you shouldn't be so dour all the
I'm
time.
messing with him.
Seeing you happy will make others happy in turn.
Nia.
How about about you try this?
Yeah.
Hold a festival to pray for the happiness of those you've
Call it the
lost.
Jerky Festival and don't tell them where the jerky was made because we know
That
where the
way
jerky
we
was
mourn
made
our
from.
friends. I see the merit in that. A ritual of remembrance. I like it.
A splendid idea.
Wouldn't it be like more
I'll
like a
begin
festival
preparations right
of
away.
remembrance, not a ritual? Ritual kind of has this like
Lady
religious
Agnia,
connotation
will you
to it,
dance
or
during the
some kind of
celebration?
like spell is in effect, some kind of mysticism, right? So it would be a
Be an honor.
festival of remembrance, not a ritual of
Well, then,
remembrance.
we have all we need.
Not quite, Benkei. A ritual
ritual
requires
jerky.
the appropriate accoutrements.
Ah, but of course, Your Majesty. I suppose I got ahead of myself.
I'll help too. After all, a little hard work never scared me.
Good, good. I have 3 items in mind I might ask you to gather for us. Wine to use as an offering, wood from a sacred tree, and of course, a mask for the dance.
Well, naturally, of course.
You can count on it.
I got his sacred wood. She was very giggly about it. You can manually change it from day to night to do different things. It's really nice, and the music changes too, cause like, so now you have daytime music. The dynamic music in this game is very good, but daytime, nighttime has different positioning for NPCs for one, and two, you have different abilities depending if it's daytime or nighttime, like different town abilities that you can utilize. So yeah, instead of having to like go to an NPC to change it from daytime to nighttime or wait or something, you can just pop it off. It's really good. It's very, very well done, and it's dynamic. No need to go into a menu, just a button. Like, that part is very good. That is an incredibly huge mechanic. Bethesda, no.
Are these what you were looking for, Benkei?
Yes, yes, perfect. Now we've all we need to begin the ritual. And with your lovely steps to add color to the procession, I reckon this will be one for the ages.
Patience, Benkei. If Agnia is to dance, we'll need music, yes?
But of course, I suppose I got carried away once again.
We can't entrust such an important occasion to just any bard. Do you have anyone in mind?
Yeah, every time I think about games and game design evolution, and then somebody mentions Bethesda, I just get so disappointed every single time. Like, they are the least,
They speak of the dulcet tones.
what do you call it, like on the fringe, you know, on the cutting edge of game design over any other game developer, or any other major game
Nowhere to
developer
go.
in the history of the world. You know? Like, they just sit in the middle, just doing the same thing while everybody else around them is like evolving game design and creating unique concepts and things. Suppose if your desire is to play the same game forever, Bethesda must be your favorite. I have zero interest in Oblivion normal. I have even less than the remaster.
Out of my way.
I played Oblivion and I thought it was very boring.
Pierce them. It's a
Besides, if you have $50 to spend on a game, you should be getting Expedition 33, not wasting it on the Oblivion remaster.
Who's next? For the pride of Ku.
The OST in this is fantastic? Oh, sure, absolutely. Don't pirate both, actually. Why would you do that? I mean, look, if you pirate things, fine, whatever. But, like, especially when it comes to Expedition 33, they've done a fantastic job with it, and by pirating, you're taking away from their ability to be successful and create more games. So it's like, whatever, you can't afford it and you want to pirate it, I'm not gonna, like, you know, I'm not gonna waggle my finger at you. But no, I would say I would not encourage people to pirate if they can afford to purchase the game normally.
The ground is treacherous here. Watch
Like I
your step.
said, if you're pirating because you can't afford it and whatever, whatever.
Are you okay?
I'm not here to waggle my finger at you or, like, you know,
Sorry.
tell you that you gotta pull yourself up by your bootstraps or some bullshit. But
You move
when you
forward.
encourage pirating
Such is
to
your
everybody
nature.
else, it means that those developers
If you should stumble again, take my hand.
are unable to continue making games, and then we get
I
less
will.
games because of it.
Thank you, Hikari.
Is that what you want? If everybody continued to pirate, then there'd be no games left to pirate. It's a self-defeating strategy.
What is this?
The beginning of Ku, or so they say.
The beginning.
As far as I understand, it's their first release ever. Sandfall Entertainment. I'm not
Hikari.
100% on that.
Sound. It's.
I know. Let's keep going.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you determine what's worth it to you. I mean, everybody's disposable income is different, you know? Like I said, I'm not trying to sit there and tell you how dare you pirate video games or anything. But if you can afford a game and you're really excited about a developer
Now then.
and their release, and then you pirate it, and then you wonder why they didn't succeed as a development studio, well, you might want to look at what you're doing.
Fire. A weak.
Right. Huh? And now then.
Thinking time. Fire. A weak. Study harder.
Yeah, that's what I do. What I do is I wish list things that I want, and then I wait for them to go on super sale because I got a backlog like nothing other. You know, got tons of games behind me that I can play, and tons of things on our list of things that we'll do this year. They're all going to be great, but you know, if there's a game that I absolutely want to play when it comes out, like Expedition 33, yeah, I'm going to get it.
Ready to be prey? Here.
No buffs. I can get rid of the penguin.
All right. The winds of favor blunt.
Pierce them. Wings of frost. Here.
Who's next? For the pride of Ku.
It has been entirely too long.
The whole half of his story then was just for
I had
for
a
this bard
feeling
on
it was your loot
the cross
townsfolk
path
were whispering
thing.
about.
Oh, far and wide people speak of me in awe. Today, tomorrow, and the day after that.
Yeah, there you go. See, there's the way to do it,
Playing
Raxum.
in a place like this.
I was waiting for you, Lord Hikari. And remembering my dear sister.
Fair enough, love fellow. I mean, look, when it comes to games that are no longer supported, like SNES games, retro games, and things like that, I have zero issue with it. Completely, like, go right ahead, man. I encourage it, in fact, because these are some classics that you'll pretty much never get a chance to play unless you do something like that. But when it comes to especially developers that, you know, I'm really excited for, it bums me out a little bit that it's so prevalent. But I'm not gonna, like, chastise you for doing it. Like, you do what you do, whatever. But I definitely do not pirate any existing game for sale.
We can't raise them both. We have to leave one in the mountains. My hand was trembling in fear.
The fact that the Switch emulator was so good because they stole the data of how the Switch operates
Until sleep came.
was especially a bummer because the Xenoblade Chronicles games got pirated probably more than almost any other. So the fact that they sold like 3 million per probably would have been like 4 million per if it wasn't for pirating.
I was all alone, and despite how poor
Maybe
we were,
Nintendo would have given them a better budget for the
managed
next
to make it
game.
to adulthood. Day after day, I
Despite it being like the
fluctuated.
third most popular
My sister
RPG franchise in
always
existence.
my thoughts. And to my surprise, I actually became quite good at it. During my travels, my sister and I were reunited.
She's very
She
quiet.
served as an attendant to the royal family of Ku, and lived in the castle town.
Hey, like I said, Wrexham, you know, I'm not trying to get at people like that. I totally understand financial struggle. I grew up with my mom working like 2 to 3 jobs,
I know
food
her
stamps,
name.
living in a leaky roof with a leaky roof and a
It
trailer.
was
I get
Suki,
it. I totally get it.
wasn't
I live pretty much
Just
my entire
so.
life paycheck to
Well,
paycheck. I get it. Believe me, I get it.
Plus, Suki is no
The main
longer
reason why I
with
get to
us.
play games is because a lot of you
Was
are very
taken
supportive
by the very
and send me
clan
games
she
that we
served.
end up playing, and then I pick up games on Super Sale, and then I get to write them off. So there's that as well.
Ikari.
I know it is ridiculous to bear a grudge against you, Lord Hikari.
But I'm gonna do it anyway.
What else is there for me
Not
to do?
have a grudge over something that's not his
No
fault.
matter how often I sing of her, my pain does not subside. Lord Hikari, would the sight of your blood wash my suffering away?
No, but I want to try it anyway because I'm an
It's as
idiot.
you
Because we
said,
gotta have forced
Clan Ku
conflict.
took everything from you. And I will bear that burden, Lady Yomi. If there is anything I can do to ease your pain, then I will do it.
Dagger through the heart. Got it. Oh, we got a dueler, huh?
If I... On your guard. Now it begins.
Try this.
I thought about equipping that ice accessory that reduces ice damage because I saw her ice element, but I don't think this is going to be particularly difficult.
Prepare yourself. Now it begins. Prepare. I'll keep my friends safe. My turn. I need this.
Everything is pleasant.
Here I come.
Don't have a 2-hit spear attack.
Allow me. Prepare yourself. How's this now? I fight for my friends.
Shall I play?
Oh, sleep.
Here I come. Allow me.
Try this.
Prepare your house. Time to strike. I'll end this. I still have much to learn.
Deal ice base damage to all foes and have a set chance to put them all to sleep. Damn, that's good. We have a triple slash thing, so that's pointless.
Lord Hikari,
Now kiss.
you are strong, and your heart is kind. I have no doubt that my sister was happy to serve your family. Itsuki, forgive me. I couldn't do anything for you in return.
She would be happy to see that you still live.
Yomi, why don't we pray for your sister's happiness together?
Together.
There will be a ritual to honor the departed, to mourn their passing. Will you lend us your lute to send off your sister and the countless others?
No.
Lord Hikari.
Loot jerky. We can't see, the banister's too high. Is it just me, or do I feel like, does anybody else feel that like they could have created way more dance animations for Agnia, considering that even this is like a this isn't like an indie game, you know? I feel like they could have done a little bit more work with the dance animations with sprite work. Sprite work's not that huge. Getting really complex 3D movements with really solid movement and facial expressions, that's the rough shit. But she has one move, spin, and like there's a whole story based around a dancer, and there's this just it, spin and arms up like that, you know, like that's all there is. Could you do a little bit more, you know, for like having a whole section of the game dedicated to a dancer? No, it's just a crossed path thing. So there's 8 different characters with their own story, and the crossed paths are basically when they just happen to cross paths and they start working together. But it's done very like, how do I, it's like presumptuously, I guess, where they just make the like massive assumption that they already have met and they know each other, and you know they're already like friends, I guess. because there is no real any story about how you gather your party members. Basically, everybody has their own little intro, and then you just find them on the street. They're like, wow, you're traveling? Let's join forces. And that's it. That's the, it's like worse than Suikoden, you know? And the crossed paths thing is supposed to suggest that, look, they are interacting, but it's just, there's no connection. It's a series of several small stories. Hell, even the stories themselves for each character feels like a series of small stories kind of dotted together. There's no cohesiveness in the plot. It doesn't connect, right? It's just short story, and it's separate from everything else. And a little short story here that's separate from everything else. A little short story here, you know, dotted around the world. And there's no plot.
You have much faith in him, Suki.
No, they're just friendly.
What can I do, Suki? I would repay the favor I owe you.
Just play your lute for a little while longer. Hearing it sets my heart at ease.
It is.
So
Yeah,
please,
it's true.
Just for a little while longer?
No, it actually has less substance in the way that story plays out. Because they don't have the crossed path situation. The Octopath games are just really bad stories. They're just, there's nothing there in the storytelling department. Everything else is great. Everything else is great. I mean, look at this scene. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. And this is just like a screen cap that you could take, you know? The way they use foreground and background and the framing of the dance is a little off because they're behind a balcony, which cuts off the view from everybody. It's not a stage. So they should have had like a little wooden, they could have easily made a little wooden stage to prop her up, you know, but they chose not to. Stuff like that. It's things like that that bug me. Like they could have taken the smallest amount of effort extra to make things feel a little bit more logical in the presentation, and they just don't. There's no little bit of extra care and thought put into each scene. It's just kind of like YOLO, whatever. We have some nice pretty framing with some nice lighting effect, and that's it. Like really good at still imagery concept, not so much at moving art, if that makes sense. You know, they're not, there's no like empathetic thought. And what I mean by that is they're not seeing this scene from the perspective of the onlookers. You know, nobody will be able to hear, or sorry, rather see the dancer. They'd just be able to see her neck, like all we see. And we're even high up, you know? Like, they did not consider that. And I think that's like the major flaw of the visual part of the storytelling. But more than that, in just general, the storytelling is very compartmentalized. And that's what I mean. What I mean by that is what I was talking about before, with like little dots, little compartments of story here. And then they're not connected. They're not cohesive. I mean, Octopath Traveler 1 had a lot of content, a lot of stuff, and the game was definitely very complete from a game perspective. It just had a shitty story and a shitty connection to the characters. Just like this one does. So in that regard, they're pretty much the same. I mean, I played that game for like 60, 70 hours. That's not a tech demo. You want to see what a tech demo is? Play Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles The Crystal Bearer. Play Crystal Bearer. That game feels like a tech demo. Because there's actually like nothing in it. You know, it just feels like they threw something in there to make it so you could get credits eventually. And also, I'd really like to point out that the vast majority of RPGs, and this is a really sad thing to admit, don't have very good stories. They really don't. They have generic anime bullshit, and it's very rare to get a good story in a video game. And I can name you 3 franchises that actually do good storytelling in RPGs today. And I'm not talking about like, hey, I really like this, or it's got a lot of world building, or I like this part. I'm talking about like really good, compelling, well executed, well thought out storytelling. And that's Xenoblade Chronicles, Final Fantasy, and now Expedition 33 are the only 3 game series that I've played that actually care about the storytelling, that are RPGs. And I talk about this all the time, how it used to be that the game was a vehicle for the storytelling, meaning that you would have gameplay as an excuse to tell the story. Like a Dragon, actually, Yakuza games are pretty good. They're very good, but I wouldn't say like they're way up there, you know, like they're very decent. Yakuza games and their stories are definitely pretty high. I did like Nier Automata story, but not Gestalt or any of the other Nier stuff. But Nier Automata doesn't qualify it as the franchise having the story, you know, just they nailed one. Dragon Quest stories are the epitome of generic storytelling, every single one of them. 11 did it pretty decently, but they are the typical hero's journey without any kind of flavor or fluff to really create the depth. There's neat concepts, but that doesn't mean that there's a good story there, necessarily. Well, it is a game series in so much that, I mean, if I were to talk about, like, all of those games in that series, there would just be the one. But, there's a difference between, like, vibing with the story and actually, like, it being a good, critically acclaimed storytelling experience, you know? But, to go back to my original point about, like, the gameplay being a vehicle for story, I talk about this all the time. Now it's the opposite way, where the story is a vehicle for the gameplay. You have a story as an excuse to have a game, and so you have a game without a good story. And RPGs are meant to be of a genre to tell a story. Traditionally, that's what RPGs were for. D&D, Dungeons & Dragons, right? That was the whole point. It was to be immersed into this grand world. And the problem with that is it's expensive. RPGs are a niche genre of video game. Not a lot of people play them. However, I will say that RPGs are on the rise, and it's we talked about this earlier, that it's largely due to creators, content, Twitch, and everything. A lot of people have come into the creator space to play games on Twitch, and we found out that a lot more people like playing RPGs, especially people that weren't really gamers to begin with, that went to Twitch to try and make something of themselves. You find out that the RPGs that have a little bit more of a relaxed gameplay atmosphere tend to attract people that weren't really gamers to begin with, that just, which I'm excited for. It's not one of those like, you're not a real gamer bullshit. No, I'm praising the fact that a lot of people that weren't gaming are now gaming because of Twitch. And but that because RPGs tend to have like a more mellow gameplay, it's more strategy, thought provoking. You tend to get people that weren't really into gaming before more interested in them because they can sit there and think about their thoughts and, you know, not fiddle with the controller too much. But the point I'm making is that creator spaces have shown that more people are into RPGs than we originally thought, especially considering a lot of people are playing RPGs due to like people that are really excited about RPGs trying to convince their favorite streamers to play them. And so we had like this huge drought of RPGs, and that drought was broken right about when I Am Setsuna came out. Not to say that I Am Setsuna is the reason why the drought was broken, because that game was garbage, but it was around that time. And then we started getting a lot more RPGs, and you know, Twitch started growing as a creator space, and you see that, you know, yeah. But anyway, point I'm getting at is storytelling is expensive, because you need to build a world, you need to have it cohesive, you need to have it all make sense, you need to have good writing, you need to have a neat concept. And why do that when you can just kind of have a vague idea of what the story is, and then just throw some generic trite garbage onto it, and have some, you know, waifus with thick thighs and giant boobies? You're done. RPG of the year. You know what I mean? So it's basically the RPG genre has kind of been sold out a little bit for the longest time, and it's not that people don't enjoy RPGs, it's just that nobody's willing to put in the effort to make a really good RPG aside from Square, pretty much. Final Fantasy is like the only really high production value RPG franchise, and so of course you're gonna have a good story there. And then Xenoblade Chronicles is a good story despite not having a huge budget. And that's what makes Xenoblade Chronicles exceptional, is because despite their low budget, they do fantastic in all regards of gameplay and storytelling and everything. And so Octopath Traveler 2 isn't like a problem necessarily. it's par for the course. That's where the rub comes in. Like when you realize that Octopath Traveler 2's bad story is par for the fucking course in RPGs these days, because nobody's willing to put in the effort to create a meaningful story, because RPGs tend to be longer games. Longer games take longer to make. Longer games are more expensive. Why waste the budget on a story? And there's the symptom of it. It's the cost. So unless you can guarantee sell 5 to 10 million copies every time like Final Fantasy does, why would you put in the effort when you could just sell 2 million and have a tenth of the budget? Not even. God, I bet the budget for this game was like 5 million. My favorite little fun fact about Xenoblade is that despite them being Switch exclusive games, they're actually made with higher resolution and frame rate in mind. Even though the expectation should never be that they will ever be on better hardware ever, and yet they were created with better hardware in mind. And so when the Switch 2 comes out, actually all of the Xenoblade games will play more smooth at a higher frame rate and resolution. So I'm actually debating doing a offline playthrough of the Xenoblade games when the Switch 2 comes out. All right, so there we go. I was trying to remember what the map button was. We have one more cross path. That's it. Crapdale. Xenosaga turned bad as soon as it was the first one, let's be honest. Xenosaga 1 is a mid at best kind of game. Like there's some really neat factors to it, but overall it's not super great. Expedition 33 has been phenomenal, and everybody needs to go and buy it. So as far as sales goes for Expedition 33, it went way under the radar, which is crazy because, I mean, I don't know about everybody else, but I've been talking about it nonstop since I saw the preview. I guess everybody else just kind of like farted or something. I don't know. But anyway, the initial reception was warm, and day one sales were at 500,000, which is decent. It's like they're starting to turn a profit kind of point. However, 2 days later, which they announced just earlier today, their sales are at 1 million. So like to have the whole pre-order period on top of day one hit 500,000, and then 2 days later hit another 500,000. Sales are increasing as time goes on because the word is getting out as people play the game, which means that's proof enough that the game is something you should look into, you know? Absolutely, you should be looking into Expedition 33. What's the matter? Hey. She smells something or something. I don't know. Something's got her bothered. All right, go ahead. No, I haven't had any issues with Expedition 33. It feels very well optimized. In fact, I've barely even experienced any slowdown. I mean, it's on PS5. God damn it, my eyes. It's on PS5, so if you want, like, guaranteed optimization for the hardware, just Get the PS5 version if you have it. And that way you don't have to worry about like whether or not your PC can handle it. So my advice is that if you're not sure about your PC, just get the PS5 version. My wife is playing the PS5 version, and I looked at it when I was out there earlier, and looks great. Looks fantastic. PS5 is a hell of a console. Well, if you don't have a PS5, then just get the PC version. By the way, it's really important to note that the release price of Expedition 33 is $50, not 60 or 70, which is your standard price for a game of like normal release or better. Like that's the standard price, and it's also 10% off for the opening sale. Like that's honestly, I feel like they kind of shot themselves in the foot with that. But if it means that they can sell 3-5 million copies in the first month, because of the reduced price, that number is more important than what their profit margin was. Weirdly, I know it seems stupid. Like, why would the number that they sold be more important than the profit margin? It's because they're a new studio, and everybody cares more about the number of units sold and less about like how much money they made. You know, nobody cares about the profit margin of a game release. They care about units sold, and I'm talking about the people, not the company itself. What's the game that you bought your PS5 for?
Uh-oh.
I bought the PS5 for
Getting hungry
FF16,
again.
and I couldn't be happier.
I believe there
Honestly,
was
I
an
have a pretty
install
decent
somewhere
PS5
around
library now because it's a great console.
here. It's gone.
Say about 20 or so games.
But why? I do remember she was struggling to deal with that old meat.
Who cares?
I will
why
say that a
she's
few of the
gone?
PS5 games that I
is
have could
disgusting
very well
anyway.
have just been PS4 games, but I got them on PS5. Like
shit.
Control was originally a PS4 game.
Speaking of all that, I wonder how Wooly Wooly's doing.
I have never run out of jerky.
That poor creature was seriously wounded. I would like to see if he healed.
Whenever I get a game for streaming, I get the PS5 version usually for trophies, yeah.
Me too. Let's pay him a visit.
Honestly, I kind of want to play Expedition 33 on PS5 as well as PC because I want to platinum it. But I don't know if like platinuming that game is in my like wheelhouse of skill because the game is difficult. Like you could definitely overgrind and you know, like trivialize the game if you need to in certain ways. Like that's what I really enjoy about Expedition 33 so far is that the baseline difficulty is challenging for even experienced gamers. But that like there are ways of just saying I'm not into the challenge. Just let me play the game. And yeah,
Wooly Wooly.
absolutely.
Huh. He's not here. I don't detect a scent at all. Something's not right.
Let's make apothecary
No
jerky.
animals. No bugs chirping. No birds singing. It's like the forest disappeared.
It's eerie. What could be causing it?
Damn, VG.
Let's press on. But
Damn.
carefully, Ochette.
That's crazy. I'm looking at my shelf and it's pretty full. And I don't know how I'm going to start making room for like Switch 2 games when it comes out. Apparently I've been through here. Oh, we actually
What's
gonna
that?
get information about this whole thing?
Doesn't have any
There's
scent.
really something in my eye. It's really annoying.
It's pitch black. As if a localized night.
This was the music that was playing whenever we got those random shadow enemies.
What's wrong, Casti?
I'll be alright. Just a dizzy spell.
Well,
Don't
dispel
overdo
it.
Ma. Leave this to me. We'll chase that thing away. Ready, Akala?
Meow. Huh? What? I mean, there must be something else to do in the area. What? At least I'm not getting encounters here anymore. So I can search whatever it is that I need to search. I don't understand. Yeah, let's go defeat that thing. Oh, hey, let's look around the area. What? Which one is it? Look around the area or defeat the thing? Hard to say. Oh, there we go. It's... touching the thing did not prompt this thing yet.
What is this? I've never encountered anything like it. Be on your guard.
I had to be
Ochet.
really careful about how I positioned myself in order to trigger the
Talk.
menu.
It has no scent. And it doesn't look like good eating either.
No need to worry, I see. You're the same as ever.
Let's go. Akala!
Whoops.
Sorry.
Well, that works.
Right. Akala! Let's go. Akala! Just finish this. Right. Wahoo! Terra! My prey away. Akala! All right. Whew, I'm hungry.
Oh, my level's very nice right now.
And that takes care of that.
Thank you, Ochet. I suspect that shadow may have some connection to the forest's unnatural condition.
Wooly ooly! Oh, he's hurt. What did this to him?
Maybe the thing?
This black bruising. Could it be... Are these the same symptoms as those caused by Trousseau's rain? If so, I can use my remaining medicine. Oh, Chet, fetch water.
You got it, Ma.
Hang in there, Wooly Ooly. I'll save you. There.
Now let's capture him.
With some rest, he'll be good as new.
He says thanks. What did this to you? That shadow thing? I held the shadow at bay, using myself as a shield, so the other creatures could flee.
Anybody that wants to speak forest
And
board, just
I
go
will destroy the
if that's what you
shadow
want to say.
Sooner or later.
And then the board's just like listening to her talk like that's not what I said at all. I just said I'm hungry.
Careful.
The fuck is this girl
Who
on
knows
about?
what manner of thing that shadow might be?
Yep, she's right. Leave this one to us.
It went deeper into the woods. Let's follow its trail.
Also, I feel I get really like annoyed when they're like translating what the animal says or something, and they do this whole like it's as if they're talking through them kind of thing instead of just being like expressing what they're saying. Like he says he was protecting the other animals before he got hurt or something like that. You know what I mean? Like that's what she should have been saying instead of this whole let me quote this word for word as if animal language is exactly the same. You know, that's never the way translation works. Paraphrase, yeah. Johnny Orphanstopper was here. Run for your lives.
Oh, Chet?
I don't feel like Japanese voice
Chet,
acting makes it better.
where are you?
It's still the same bad writing. You know what I mean?
Did we get separated?
It just, you don't pick up on it as much because you're just reading.
I can't
But to be
see
perfectly honest,
where I'm going.
I don't think that would change anything for me because, like, Trails in the Sky didn't have voice acting, you know? And I still had just as much disappointment in that story.
Why didn't you say
What's up so late?
Casty? Unless...
Oh, traveler, there is nothing here for you.
Would be nice if this game had some levity in it. I talked about that last week, how there's virtually no levity, which, coupled with poor writing, just creates a very bland, boring storytelling experience.
You're right.
Oh, we're going through it.
Lost many. Not for lack of trying. I always
That was
did
great.
everything I could.
That was so good.
But life can be a fragile thing. It slipped through my fingers. I'm sorry.
There is comfort here. Come, join me.
Casty!
Come on.
Who's there?
I know you want to come back up here. You went to investigate whatever it was that you heard. You found that there was nothing, and now you're too shy to come back up here because you feel like, I don't
There you
know,
are!
you're being
Are you
coy.
okay?
Oh, Chet. How did you find me?
You were standing right there.
I followed your scent.
And girl, you stank.
Unappetizing thing again.
Who are you? Stop it. You shine too brightly. Where is it? Why do I see no darkness in your heart?
Oh, come on. Pure Snow
I
White
have
bullshit.
a rule against hunting what I can't
Everybody
eat.
has a little darkness in their heart.
But if it's to protect
Everybody has
Casty,
something that they
I
regret
can make an
doing.
exception.
Something that they regret thinking.
Wait.
Everybody. No
I
exception.
can't let you
There's
do
no
all
such
the
thing as a
protecting.
pure Snow White
I'll fight too.
person of pure-heartedness ever.
Now we're cooking.
All right. Let's go, Ochet.
I like my odds.
Oh,
Time to shine.
yeah, exactly. Oh gosh, I forgot how I manage this. It's like,
Together now.
Peacock Strut, right? No. It's, Prayer Flame.
This should help. Here we go.
Oh, right. It's Dark Manta, and then it's the Gator, right? Twice
Ready?
to dispel her buff one time, and then to reapply it, so she gets the positive benefit of it. You know, I want to try something. I wonder if I could do Advanced Magic and Alphine's Wisdom. Would they stack?
Calculations complete.
My turn.
Because they're different buffs. One gives double, one gives triple. You know? They're completely separate.
This'll cool you down.
It's my turn now.
Alright, I think I just want a Song of Hope repeatedly to keep these buffs going until I build up BP.
Here I go. Instilled with blizzard's power.
I need a plan. Knowledge is power.
Right. There. It's my turn now. The Song of Hope.
Poison slash. Ah, there. I'm terribly sorry.
Thinking time. Nota salvare.
Here we go. Wahoo! Time to shine. The Song of Hope.
Alright, that should pretty much give me a whole... Oh, she got her BP back. Nice.
Feel my wrath. Impart your wisdom, Halifax.
My prey awaits.
Alright, time to see if this actually works.
Here.
The tide is turning.
Well now. Poison slash.
Here we go.
poison slash.
All right. Forgive me.
All right,
My chance.
now it's time to see
Calculations complete.
if
Let me show
all
you
of this
what I've learned.
works together. So if it works, either I'll get 5 or 6 blasts. If it doesn't, then I'll just get 3. But this could be an absolutely godly, absolute devastating destruction. We're about to see what we get.
This is the end.
Oh.
I've gained valuable insight.
I didn't actually get to see because he died. After the 3rd blast, he died, so I only got to see the 3. I don't know if the animation would continue or not. I feel like I've seen both. So, yeah, that was 100,000 damage total. Over 100,000 damage total. Yeah. my favorite part of that whole battle was me sitting there just buffing and doing nothing else the entire time. And then I even staggered him and did almost no damage to him during the stagger. And then it just didn't want to attack and won. Oh man, that was great. And I don't even feel endgame powerful, you know? There's so much more magic power to be gained. So that could be like, you know, up to 50k a hit
What's going on?
with the right stats.
Are we back where we came from?
Yeah, that forest. I recognize the smell.
That place. What was it? That sensation. It felt as if life was slipping away from me. Thank you, Ochet. Your voice brought me back to my senses.
Hey, I'll shout anytime. I don't want to lose my mama after all.
Oh, Ochet.
What in the hell was that built up to? Huh? So suddenly that's just like a thing? Okay, whatever.
You were all safe then.
They say, thanks for protecting
Like, it's
the
not even a
forest."
thing about Ochet that she wants a mama or something like that, you know?
If anyone deserves thanks, it's these two.
No build up.
What?
He wants to come with us.
What is it, Ochet?
They say they're going to give us the most delicious treat in the
Oh.
forest.
Well, just take a sliver off of his haunch there.
Well, we certainly wouldn't want to cause offense by declining.
Huh?
And then he just stomps on a deer and just says, have at it.
Must have been my imagination, I guess. It's nothing.
The Journey for the Dawn is available. So, extra stories. Right here, Southern. So, I don't know what that means. That could be Journey for the Dawn. But if they say Journey for the Dawn is available, shouldn't it be called Journey for the Dawn? And not extra stories? Okay. So that's the end of our any kind of the stories, the individual stories. Hey, come on. Come on, Chi. You're a weirdo. She probably wants me to go out to the couch, actually, because her favorites. So, like, I have like a way to kick my feet up, you know, on the couch, and she'll just kind of position herself right in the middle, and that's her little spot. It's always just like curled right between. It's like I can't get a lot of work done because I want to put my laptop on, you know, over on my lap and do my work, whatever post-stream work I need to do. And she will just come up and like try to nudge my laptop out of the way. It's like, okay, I move my laptop, and then she just curls right in there, and that's her spot. And then she will sit there all day. All day. Never leaves. So a lot of the time when I'm in my office, you know, my room where I'm streaming here, she'll pop in and just kind of like, she'll be going back and forth like, come on, let's go, kind of thing, you know? Hey, you're supposed to be leaving, you're supposed to be sitting on the couch, duh. All right, this is where we find out that Johnny Orphan Stomper was actually the real villain all along. We gotta go and defeat him. I have to like, I see, okay, I have to go into that zone. Why is it there though? That seems so arbitrary. Like what's so important about that spot there?
Are you my next patient?
Here we go. Huh? Go on then. All right. Ow!
Let the experiment begin.
Now then.
Bye. Oh, I forgot to bring in my team. Shit. I'm not going into whatever this new thing is without my main team. Ain't no way. That's just efficiency right there. How did I not steal everything from you before? Are there any others that have escaped my wrath? I mean, my, charm? Oh, I had that beast lady with me before. She was like, I was using her for a while. Her squall arrows are pretty good. You know, Chrono, all I'll say about that is that you can enjoy...
It's my turn now.
the best meal in the world, and then you can also enjoy a big fat jar of cheesy puffs. You know what I mean? It really depends. I mean, honestly, I feel like you kind of have to have a big jar of cheesy puffs every now and again so that when you get the most finest prime rib roast ever, you really are just like, oh, hell yeah. You know, this is a treat, right? So you kind of need to experience some just junk food. And that's kind of like, what will we talk about? It was like, I think it was Dragon Quest. We called Dragon Quest like the fast food of RPGs, where it's just kind of like, yeah, you're not really getting anything super good for you, but sometimes that's just what you want, right? Oh, no, it was Tales of that we said was fast food. Yeah, I think it was you that actually said it. Tales of is the fast food of RPGs, where it's just like sometimes you just want it, and then that's cool, it's cheap and easy, you know, whatever. But then you get that Expedition 33 prime rib roast, and you're just like, oh, hell yeah, we're eating today, you know? The journey for the dawn draws near. If you proceed, the actions you take will be limited for a while. Any tales you wish to experience are best completed before the journey for the dawn, but the choice is yours. You can still save your progress before this point, but saving in a different slot is recommended. Sure, why not?
The fire won't catch.
We tried magic. Yeah, exactly, Tiger. You appreciate it more.
Every failure brings us one step closer to success, eh?
Right. We just have to keep trying.
Honestly, Applebee's is worse than fast food. It's bland and just microwaved and covered in cheese. Like, fast food actually tastes better than Applebee's in my opinion.
So much, Cassidy. Be careful.
I've been to Applebee's several times, and I was kind of like wondering, like, why it is that I never really enjoy eating there, and it just felt bland and covered in cheese, and I was like, oh yeah, oh yeah.
If you insist on being so inefficient.
Audio balance is off here.
We're back. We didn't find any beasts.
Good lord, Kaspov.
But we did find this water.
Oh. This wasn't a bug. You found this water. You're next to a river! You're next to a fucking river, you dumbass!
Hard day's work, Temenos.
Wow, you found fucking water when you're next to a river, you goddamn hunting genius! Survival god over here! Fuck me, dude. Did they even think twice with that? God, oh my God, it just drives me nuts. That's the lack of care given in the storytelling. Like, that personified right fucking there. God, that drives me insane. Am I crazy? Shit, Jesus Christ. Good fucking job. You found water next to a river. You're a goddamn genius.
You've got the stuff that great hunters are made of, Drone.
No.
Oh, are you retiring from the cleaning business, Throne?
I thought that was the whole...
Quiet, detective.
Well then, I believe that's most everything. All that remains is...
Everyone's counting on us to light up their evening. It's time to get serious, Particio.
Particio literally has fire magic. It's the only element that he
Right you
has.
are, Agnia.
Come on, Fire. You can do it.
We'll show this pile of sticks who's boss. There we go.
Nope. It's literally just they're setting up camp and they found a bucket of water and they felt really proud about that.
I think you might be right.
Now we feast.
This is...
I know whenever I'm relaxing at camp, I decide I want to stand the entire time.
Truth be told, this isn't where I imagined my journey would take me. I know what you mean.
As do I.
That's what makes journeys worth taking. You never know where you'll end up.
Oh, what's wrong? Are you cold?
Doubtless someone in Ku is gossiping about you at this very moment.
Perhaps they miss me as much as I miss them. My friends back home. I've
Yeah,
learned
some people
much
say
in
that
my
when you
travels,
sneeze,
and I
it's
hope
because
I can
someone's
use it to
gossiping
help
about
my
you.
friends and nation.
I know you will, Hikari. And everyone's lives will be brighter for it.
Thank you.
True, Grimnola. True, dude.
Even
True.
after this journey ends,
Oh my god.
I'm going to keep on dancing around the world until I can dance no more.
Mind if I tag along? With Particio and Rock
Yeah,
back
kids
in
shows are not that completely
We can hop
fucking
on the steam locomotive
gobsmacking
and
people.
bring smiles to every corner of the world.
That sounds amazing.
Can't wait till we pollute the whole world. Then it'll be a real place
With
to
one of
live in.
those, you could save your feet for the important part, dancing. And I could extend a helping hand to places I've never even dreamt of.
Will you keep on with
Hey,
prayers
Grim, thank you for
about
30 months of subbing.
I want to resume my search for like-minded allies.
Now that's a dream I can get behind.
Yeah, me too.
I'm afraid there's one problem with this planet of yours. If you consider how many people there are in this world, then...
There's no room for logic in the realm of dreams, Professor.
I don't know, why can't they go hand in hand? Thinking no name for 123 bits?
What'll you do, Oswald?
I have some unfinished business to conclude. There are many answers that have yet to be
The
found.
audio balance is really bad here.
Is that so? It's writ plain on your face. You're worried about your daughter.
There's one answer found.
And what of you, Tamanus? Have you found yours?
Almost.
Alright, I'm
It's
watching.
like a piece of meat stuck in between my teeth.
Ugh, I know what you mean. I hate that.
So, something's still troubling you, in other words?
Precisely.
It's like these 8 stories have nothing to do with one another, and there's
Your
no
days as a
greater plot to
detective
connect
aren't
them
over yet,
all.
then.
I just can't quite get it.
I'm here if you need an assistant. Assuming you can afford me, that is.
My goodness. You're awfully greedy for an assistant. Even
She
if
just
I
knows
said
the value of
yes,
her time.
I'm sure you have your own
Shut the
path
fuck
in
up,
mind.
bitch.
I do. I want to go somewhere far away.
You're already far away
To
from
a
where
place
you
that
were,
isn't on any
though.
map. A place no one knows about.
Oh, further away.
A place none have laid eyes upon.
I know, right?
We all have such big hopes and dreams.
How dare you want to be paid for your,
Just
your
wanna
labor,
feast every day.
greedy.
And to keep the people of Totohaha safe, of course.
Found a bit of coconut on my
Aiming
sweater.
higher?
As one does when you have
Seems
coconut.
like you've got some meat stuck in your teeth.
And I mean coconut as in my cat.
Don't worry, Ochette. That's a fine dream.
Thank you, Node, for that 123
I
bits.
suppose it is.
Haha, the merry time was had by all. Roll credits.
Look, a shooting star!
Oh, here we go. It's gonna be a shooting star, and even more shootier star, and then kaboom! We gotta figure out what that is, right? Surely, this isn't just a pretty little scene. It's gonna lead to something. Nope. Okay.
I wonder what tomorrow will bring.
Yeah, we need some star jerky. That is the ultimate jerky. The ultimate star jerky. What was the point of that? This whole scene was just to prove that they're incompetent writers? Oh, we got merchant and scholar. The other one was like warrior and dancer or something like that. Hunter, drunkard. I guess probably apothecary. Streaking, nice, very good. Thank you. Hi. Oh, I know where that one is at least. Oh, hey, it's the one guy. So one person was important to the plot and everybody else was not. We only got a very, very little tiny little smidgen of this scene and what it meant to the greater plot from one person's backstory. That was it. Now we must travel to the world of darkness or something. I don't know. Me too, Ochet.
Just, what was that?
Suddenly we're all up.
I had an odd dream. There was a dark place, somewhere completely unfamiliar.
And a dark fire was blazing.
God, there's so many ways.
I saw the
So many ways to do this better than just randomly like, hey, I had a dream, here's what it is. Wow, me too, you know what I mean? Not only that, but Throne continued what his dream was before they even said, whoa, wait a second.
Could it be a coincidence?
You know, like, they could have just been talking and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, better than that weird dream I had. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, yeah, what kind of dream? Oh, this. Wait a second. What do you mean that? Wait, I had that too. Boom, done. Wow, how fucking hard was that? Like, the forced introduction of exposition is painful.
Oh, I slept like a baby full of milk, though. Huh. Is it still night?
Strange. Dawn should be upon us soon.
Because of my internal clock telling me, oh, wait. I'm making a wild assumption.
You should patrol the area.
I can barely see a
Hey,
thing.
there we go. There's that music. Aw, heck, 103 months from heck. Thank you for the crazy long sub.
The sky is pitch black.
That's exactly what's going on.
This is no natural nightfall.
I felt this. It's just like before. On your guard, everyone.
Something's coming, and it isn't friendly.
Aw, I guess I won't be making friends today.
I'm the hunter, you're the prey.
Ready?
You're too kind. The winds of favor blow.
Magias. Very effective.
Many thanks, Professor.
Right.
Still alive, huh?
Go on then! It's my turn now. Let me help. Let's go. Go on then. All right.
My turn. Sorry, but I
Chop, 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 chop. The XP is not very good. It's about half what we were getting from the level 45 areas from our final story parts, so.
What was that?
You know, we're making our way.
Casty and I have seen beasts like that before.
At the time, we had no idea what they were. Their nature.
I've seen them too.
No, you haven't.
The black aura resembles the one true magic wielded by Harvey. He called it the Shadow.
A shadow.
What is it?
I cannot say for certain. Not now, in any case.
Mysterious monsters. Just what we need.
We know next to nothing of this phenomenon. Not even the extent of its reach.
Does this shroud cover only this forest? Or is it much larger?
Nothing for it but to check for ourselves.
On that, I agree.
Well, we need to do something.
Mr. Dark Evil Man.
Unfortunately, we lack the information to know just what that
We make our own
something
jerky stores.
is.
We want shadow jerky, we make shadow jerky.
I've caught a foul scent.
Oh, sorry. Had some tacos yesterday.
Let's stick together for a while longer. The food will spoil if we stand around like a bunch of frightened deer.
And at the end of the day, a collie is emergency food. Eternal night has descended upon the world. The travelers decide to set on a final journey to find the cause. Your destination will not be shown on the radar. Search for clues and find your heading? You can change your formation at any time in the main menu. Well, that's good. Walk astride your fellow travelers on an epic journey. That's good. Yeah, we've been waiting a while on this. Okay. I mean, didn't they specifically say the whole world was shrouded in shadow? So it doesn't matter? Can I fast travel? Okay, well I can still fast travel. There's still this whole bit right over here. I don't know how to get over here though. That is assuming that it even opens up. It might just be forever closed off, but there's nothing like that over here, so. But shouldn't I investigate? If it's only certain zones that are shrouded in shadow, should I not investigate this area?
Let the show begin.
What?
Interestingly, Interestingly, I just lost my train of thought completely.
And done. Weak.
So the little elemental buff from my weapons from Conjure is based on magic power. So it's actually interesting because it means everybody has value in magic power. Like it's useful on anybody, not just my spellcasters. So if I can get extra spell power, not a terrible thing. So here's a thought. If the whole world is in shadow, or sorry, if only certain areas are in shadow, should I not investigate this area too? For something? Or is it only other areas that I need to investigate?
The hunt is on.
I have to give him credit, you know, for making me have to go through the entire area I've already explored in great detail again.
Wind whirls about you.
Here.
Strike them down. Finished. I've seen worse methods.
I mean, everything else with the story is great, Modzy. You know, like everything else is very compelling and interesting. I want to do it all. It's just the story. You just don't give a shit about the characters or anything because of it.
The hunt is on.
I wonder if I could somehow get this to be AoE, and then I could give immunity to everybody. Oh yeah, that's a good one too. Writing and story is different, correct. You're right. Writing and story are two different things, absolutely.
Heavy-footed.
Writing is the words on the screen, and the story is the overall plot and the elements within it.
Shine bright.
I need Magias.
Thank you.
I've gained valuable insight.
The better way to explain writing versus story is writing is the micro and story is the macro. Oh, the loading thing is all dark and shadowy now.
Out of my way. Now then.
No music.
Magia Envy. Finished. I've seen worse methods.
Oh, we got a Kate. Weird. I wanted to go in here because I think this is where the candles are blown out or something. Nope, this is just the EX skill altar. Yeah, Xenosaga 1 now. I can't tell if this is shadowy area or not. I mean, it's in shadow, but like, I'm not getting the shadow enemies.
Ready to be prey?
So is this good? Is this good or bad in terms of like finding where I need to go?
The winds of favor, Bukari. Even if I stumble.
That was 2 Kates in a row, which is interesting. But like, okay, it could be like no music is here because of like impact. It's like saying, ooh, something is here, you know? Or it could just be saying like wrong way. I can't really tell which. It feels more likely that the place where it has the weird mystery music is whatever right way you might need to go for whatever reason. Okay, if that's so, we have. I guess I'll write down wherever I've heard weird music. Eastern Well Groove Trail. Okay, and then we'll just go around, I suppose. Cool, cool, cool. Just gotta go around the entire world again to every single area if we want to finish this little post-game story. I'm making my nightly rounds. Have you seen anything suspicious? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the world was plunged into eternal darkness? Really? Nobody says anything different. This feels like the game to have like a tremendous amount of extra writing for every little bit of the game that changes, and we got nothing.
Sardines!
Sardines, of course.
Clean. Shine bright! I did it!
Fire. How weak. I've seen worse methods.
No battle music, no victory music or anything. It's a little odd. Not even in the towns. Yeah, it's not so suspenseful when you're having literally the entire world to work with. It feels lacking. You know, if it's like a singular town is having an issue and you need to go investigate it, fine. But this is my canvas to work with. It's everything. Everything. And so I'm just going to have this very, 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 very long period of awkwardness. Yeah. I guess let's just start eliminating places. I mean, we know that we know that the Shadow God is resurrected because of that altar we saw before was where like some god and some Shadow God were fighting. You even get to play the battle. So that's the context. We know that from a previous cutscene, but it's not like it's like one person's random cutscene that they got at the beginning of their story. It felt so irrelevant to the overall plot. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, that was actually the major plot, and we just put it randomly on some random character's, you know, intro scene or something. It just feels odd. So now we get to travel across the entire world to every single zone to find out where bad things are going on. That's just, I don't know, man. That just feels like we had 8 generic stories with a bunch of generic writing so that we could have a main story where you just go through and wander for a million years. And so we don't have to write a main story because you're going to spend all of your time wandering around trying to figure out where to go and you know, perform these very specific things in these tiny little areas, and they don't really require any plot development. So you just go, hey, shadows everywhere, and then now go to every single area you've ever been to all over again, and that's the story. And then it'll have one element where it connects things, and that's it, you know? So it's like, imagine you start a new video game. Okay, you start a new video game, and you start in the town, and the first thing that you do in the town is you're, you know, getting some herbs for your mom or whatever, and then shadow creeps over the entire village, and then the game says travel across the world to figure out where this eternal night is coming from, and there's no plot or story build up at all whatsoever, and anywhere you go, it's just random areas are eternal night, are special to this eternal night aspect, and then that's it. That's the plot, and then you know, you find the bad guy, and then roll credits. You know, that's what it feels like. I tell you though, it makes me want to turn off encounters completely right now though.
Get back up.
Do I actually have, Oh, I wonder if all of these apply now. Ooh. I wonder if all of these apply now. Does that also mean that my characters are all getting experience now? Okay, he's got evasive maneuvers. If I take evasive maneuvers off of her... I'll just do that for now. I just want to see if evasive maneuvers will work. Because that means I could put the extra JP things and all that stuff on the sit-out characters instead of having to waste slots on my main team. Who had the JP up? Wasn't it her? Yeah, dancer. And he has the extra experience, right? But it was his top tier one, which means somebody's gonna have to have learned all of Scholar in order to get it. Doesn't look like anybody has. He's got lots of points to spend. So we'll take him to Scholar. Oh, it wasn't the final one. Whatever. Okay, so now let's see if we have the same encounter rate as we did before. Okay. It'll be a little bit of a test because
What to do?
we can't just expect one point to be enough information on the graph, you know what I mean? So far it seems like the party members that are not in the active team still apply their passive buffs so far.
Let the experiment begin.
Which would be great because I could actually just like fully build my main team the way I want them and put all the neat passive stuff on my other team that gives me XP and JP up. I don't know. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling the lighter encounter rate. It feels like the old encounter rate. Real disappointment if that's the case.
May I have this dance? Now then.
I started as Ochet. Alright, here's an easy way to determine it. We're gonna get an encounter right here.
The hush is on.
Ready?
Now we're gonna run across the bridge and see how far we get. Should be right about here. Okay, right after the bridge, we get an encounter. Okay.
Time to shine.
Now we're gonna put evasive maneuvers on one of my main 4. I think she had it right. We're gonna go run back across and see how much further we go. Yeah, it's not even close. Even in the event where I was just getting lucky with the encounter rate. See, the encounter rate seems pretty consistent. And what I mean by that, it's like 20 steps before you get an encounter, or it's like 20 to 25 steps before you get an encounter kind of thing. It's not like anywhere between 10 to 50 steps you get an encounter. It's pretty consistent. Like, see, I pretty much got one almost when I got it exactly back to my spot again. So what that means is that gauging the distance that you get on a single encounter versus the evasive maneuvers, you can see that not only is the encounter rate based on off of a number of steps and not a random chance every time you step, but also that clearly evasive maneuvers guarantees that you will go further, and it's not even close. Like, it was no competition. I went about 50% longer, and even with really good luck in an encounter, I mean, that's unlikely. So unfortunately, the extra XP, extra JP passives do not apply, even though you now have access to your whole team, which is just kind of a bummer. It's like, I don't know, it just feels like a kick in the junk, you know? Like, it feels like it's taking away. These are passives that kind of like define character growth, and they're just kind of saying, no, you can't have them unless you suffer. Same things, like, you know, with an accessory, I would be able to equip it on my sub team, but they're not going to let me do that. So just a bummer. You know, you can't like take advantage of cool things in the game. The game's just kind of like no fun allowed, you know. And for people like me that understand that JP and XP are basically the best stat you can get in the game because it, you know, enhances your power and everything, it feels like it's necessary to continue to equip these accessories and passives, or until you've maxed out your character, or you're just gonna lack in output 100% of the time. Thankfully, though, I don't need the JP up stuff because I've determined that there are only 4 useful classes for getting passives, and the rest actually don't matter at all. So the amount of JP that I get just from doing stuff. Oh, this is a level 51 area now. It's got some mysterious music going on, so I guess we investigate here first.
Ready to be prey? Here. Go on then. Shine bright. Sorry.
Mike. Eat this.
Magia Speed.
I'm feeling all better.
Ready?
All right. The power of light. I did it. Even if I stumble, I'll get back.
Get lots of shadow stones. So I'm guessing there are going to be 4 areas in the entire map that have this music playing, and they're going to be the 4 areas that have the torches that were blown out, would be my guess.
Let's play. Please. There!
Time. Shine bright.
No.
Magia Speed.
I owe you.
My
Oops, I lost an input there. I wanted to do the damage one, but that was pretty cool.
Time to shine! Shine bright! I did it!
Yeah, he applies a bunch of debuffs. He's one of my best
Magius, you're finished.
enemies, and I got him like a level 35
Study
zone.
harder.
It's like blind, poison, confusion, and I think silence all at once on all enemies. And so it's like, if there's gonna be a debuff that I can apply, I just use him. And if there's something to be applied, he'll find it, you know? So yeah, one of my favorite summons in this game, I think, because of that. Well, not really a summon, but, you know, a monster that you can tame. Pokemon would be the better answer. I did it, Diary. I finally hired as a scriver, and for the Delta Times 2, all the world's infamous information flows through a newspaper, river, fax, alongside a paper wheel. A water wheel, rather. An endless procession of scoop, scoop, scoop as a journalist shall dash out of world investigating. Uncovering and breaking news. What better way for me to carry out my mission? I've thought about this a lot, and everyone has some fact or hiding vast sums of knowledge locked in noggins in the world over. But how to crack these open these repositories and acquire these tasty secrets within. That's the rub, of course. And as I am now, I doubt I have the dexterity to pick any of those cranial locks. I was raised in isolation, always out of the loop, hiding quietly on the outskirts of society. There's a positive way to spin that, though. I spent all my time that I wasn't talking to people, observing them. Here's what I learned. People let their guard down around cute little animals. A scowling guard captain will play cuddly coo with an adorable puppy and soon confess all his gripes to the precious thing. And so I will become the puppy, and I'll wag my little doggy tail, act the part of the friendly little non-threatening furball, and slide right into people's confidences. My brother may be the soaring eagle with his bird's eye view, but I'll be a sharp-eyed hound keeping my nose to the ground. Okay, cool. Good for you. Well, I kind of spied secret and something or other that made me stop and go, ooh, let's take a deeper look at this. My oldest memory is crimson, a spray of bright red droplets and a harrowing scream, a crowd fleeing in all directions and enemy soldiers mercilessly cutting down innocents. Some of them even laughed as they did it. Amidst this I was stoned, still as the tender years. I neither cried nor wept nor cowered, but merely watched the chaos unfold. Being raised in a war-torn land does things to an impressionable mind, and I suppose something has already broken inside me. I would have died that day, cut down like the rest, were it not for my brother. His cunning carved a path for us out of that hellish place. My brother is brilliant, so much that the enemy king spared him if he would serve. Yet despite his genius, despite how shrewd his plans he proposed were in their attempt to avoid bloodshed, the blood always flowed. Human steel, they kill, they take and they take and they take. The lives, possessions, land, it's the state of our nature, a simple fact of our existence. My brother and I have seen so much together, and we've both reached the same conclusion. The world doesn't deserve to see another dawn. The life of man is nasty, brutish, and ugly. Why not make it short? In some cases, there are bad people, but that doesn't mean that everybody else doesn't deserve to live. I need her on our side. I need you to convince her that it's a good idea. My brother's face was flushed as he handed me the letter addressed to Raime. Perhaps he'd been in his cups. I didn't ask him why he would be celebrating the fundraising, and Montwise he was going swimmingly. On my way home, I spotted Akari. He's the key to everything in Ku. And if our machinations go according to plan, my little brother will get what he's after. I doubt Hikari has a clue who I am. Another tactic proposed by Brother Dearest. No prior familiarity with me will help move things along down the line. But though Hikari doesn't know anything about me, I certainly know a lot about him. Hikari has another side to him, a second personality that my brother says was born from his family's cursed lineage. Somewhere in the past, Clan Ku's blood mingled with that of the infamous Archmage D'Archist, sparking a history of war and sacrifice. A more odious bloodline I do not know. As I passed Hikari in the street for a moment, I felt as if our eyes met. His gaze was steady and true, just as it was when he was a boy. How had that bright spark in his eyes not dimmed over time? He had seen the same horrors I had, been through the same terrible war. Should I bring Hikari in? This is bad. Hikari was captured before I had the chance to deliver my brother's letter to Raime. If Hikari is killed, it'll ruin everything and we'll have to start over from scratch. Clan May calls the fortress of Stormhail its home, coldest place in Celestia, and I hate it. Time is of the essence, yet this frigid blizzard is battering me about like a leaf in the wind. If only I could take 2 steps without being blown 3 back. By the time I finally reach Stormhail, Hikari has already been released. I can only assume he managed to sway Raimei on his own. I handed my overdue missive to one of Raimei's retainers and quickly put that chilly place behind me.
Let the experiment begin. Magia speed.
Thank you!
What?
Eat this! It's... Shine bright!
Feels like I should be bringing Hikari into my team, but it's just another one example of like, hey, cool, have your choice of 8 characters, except for when I tell you you can't have your choice of 8 characters, which is all the time, you know?
Go on then.
My turn.
And considering that sit-out characters don't get XP, it just makes it even more frustrating. At least if sit-out characters got XP, you would be like, yeah, you know, it's cool. Like, just bring in somebody else
The power of light.
for their story,
Even
and they're
if I
already leveled
stumble,
up, so just gear them out and you're good. Nah, don't even get that. They don't even get JP, so they're just completely worthless. Oswald is sentenced to life imprisonment. It took me a moment to process the judge's verdict. I blinked down in my ears. What was going on here? He was supposed to be executed, wasn't he? I ran as fast as I could to find Harvey. I should have known. The swine had stuffed leaves into the judge's pocket to bribe him into that decision. Why? I want to see the power of my perfected magic. That's his reasoning, the blighted fool. Pride, worthless pride. We need the Book of Demons complete. What if Oswald somehow finds a way to interfere? When I gave my report to my brother, he simply said, just watch the spectacle unfold. Apparently, my brother had already taken Harvey's massive ego into account when he made his contract with the man. Oh yeah, okay. If that's the case, then I suppose this isn't a problem after all. Regardless, I should hurry and gather what information I can about Frigid Isle. Some people like to bring characters in and out. I don't. I like to find my team, set them up, and just let them do their thing, you know? Because I wanna like build up a build, you know? I don't want to just keep throwing things in and out because you settle on nothing and you just kind of, you're always half as powerful as you could be. I concealed myself among the chattering students and slipped into Harvey's lecture. The Book of Demons is nearly complete, so he was in a jovial mood. When I saw my chance, I gave Harvey the news. Oswald has tried to escape Frigid Isle and died in the attempt. I thought the news would throw his high spirits off a cliff, but instead he just started giggling. It was creepy. When he finally settled down, he merely said, I need to prepare for my guest's arrival, and vanished back into his laboratory, humming cheerfully all the while. It's like he thinks Oswald is alive. Is Oswald alive? It can't be, and yet if so, then he will come here to find Harvey and seek his vengeance. Wait, this could be perfect. I doubt Harvey will honor our agreement and hand over the Book of Demons without a fuss. If I can set those two against each other, I might create the perfect opportunity to slip in and swipe the book. I wonder if my brothers predicted this too. Harvey is left for Dusk Ruin Shrine. The remains of Archmage D'Arkist will provide the final piece that Harvey needs. The Book of Demons will soon be complete. I found a nice cozy place to conceal myself, and sure enough, Oswald showed up. Just as predicted, the two fought it out, and I was able to retrieve the Book of Demons in the wake of their battle. There was one surprise, however. Harvey escaped alive. What was that bright flash of magic? A glimpse of a force that made dwarf even that of the Book of Demons? That girl, does she have some special power within her? Yeah, I'm sure I would have just left that there. Oswald entrusted the girl Elena to his assistant before setting off on a journey. Like Alpades, the blood of the Lumina family runs in Elena's veins. I'll need to continue monitoring her to watch for suspicious signs. Day after day, Elena sits at her desk and pours herself into her studies. A diligent girl, I suppose, but I'm curious as to why her brow sometimes wrinkles as she cradles her head in her hands. Still, her eyes are bright and her gaze seemingly set off on some happy goal far off in the distance. A marked difference from when I saw her in Harvey's company. There was only worry and fear in her eyes then. My heart nearly leapt out of my throat when I heard the assistant's voice suddenly ring out behind me. Can I help you, miss? I immediately turned and tried to distract and dissemble with my tried and true cover story. Can I interest you in a newspaper subscription? So, wait, I wonder if that reporter lady is actually bad. But I sensed a keen suspicion burning deep within those fiery eyes. I will not underestimate her again. No one else has ever noticed me when I didn't want to be found. I'll need to abandon my surveillance. Too risky. Besides, I've seen nothing suspect in all the time I've watched Elena. Might as well move on to more important matters. Well, here I am in Kane O'Brien. Word is that I can find someone who has the lost pages of the Book of Nights original manuscript. Caldina, captain of the Sacred Guard, seems to be moving as Arcanet predicted and assembling these pages. There's a potential problem, however. A nosy inquisitor named Temino seems to have caught wind of all this. Arcanet has her eye on him, but I can only pray he doesn't make any problems for us. I'll need to be careful not to draw his attention, too. The Book of Night is close to being fully restored. Once it is, I'll need to move quickly to retrieve it and fulfill my mission. Allying myself with Arcanet was merely the easiest means to the end. My brother did tell me to be wary of her, however. He was quite forceful about it. I wonder why. I mean, it seems awfully convenient that we're finding this trail of pages, you know, one after another like this. It's like, are they intentionally leaving cookie crumbs, or is this just like bad plotting?
Go on then.
Magias.
Many thanks, Professor.
Shine bright. I did it.
What? Eat this!
All right. The power of light. Right. Ha! Ow!
Journal jerky. God, there's so many. Show me the story. Don't fucking let me read it. I don't want to read a story when I'm playing a video game. Christ. Yes, this is the game's attempt to connect every character story. Yes, that's exactly what it is. I wanted to talk about it, but I was waiting until the journal entries stopped. But I can see now that they're not going to stop for some time. I mean, even off to the right, you can see them glowing. That's just half of them. And it's just, it's too bulky. It's like one of those absolutely ridiculous plots where the villain just happens to be able to be so fucking smart that they can predict the actions of every single person in the entire world down to the last little detail. It's like, wahaha, it was all part of my plan that Harvey would go to prison for exactly this amount of time before he decided he wanted to escape. And then of course he would be successful in escape because reasons. You know, like that's such a crazy thing to make the assumption of, that somebody would escape from prison. You know? Yes, exactly, Dragon. If they had introduced these elements here, connect the fucking dots, man. God. It's just diarrhea and then taking a stick and then trying to draw a picture in the diarrhea puddle, you know, like, hey, look, I did it. It's art. It's like, it's still shit, man. It's still shit, you know? Caldina, captain of the Sacred Guard, is driven by a lust for vengeance. To achieve that end, she seeks to make the power of Shadow her own, and with the restored Book of Night in hand, she set out for the Twilight Shrine, her naive dream of avenging her people. This sounds like a narration. It sounds like a narration. It sounds like somebody's narrating a story from a third person talking about Caldina's journey. Why, you ask, dear diary? Because the right Arcanet taught her is purposely flawed. So there I was, hiding in the shadows of the Twilight Shrine and waiting for the perfect opportunity. Lo and behold, Caldina's right went awry, and she transformed into the most hideous form. No one told me I'd have to deal with some horrible monster. This is above my pay grade. Luckily, I had no need to fear that Temino showed up and handled the Caldina problem for me. Suppose Arcanet was behind his well-timed arrival. What a puppet master, bravo. Yeah, again, it's just like the absolute audacity of assuming that somebody could predict this amount of intricate detail down to like specific timing across several years with multiple people is insanely dumb. There's no effing way. Like somebody with the most crazy amount of knowledge and intellect would have trouble even coming vaguely close to something like this. Making such an assumption is downright bad storytelling. It's just ridiculous. It's the whole like villain guy is ultra super duper perfect predictive powers, intellect, and yet somehow he'll have the most asinine like motive in the world, like, well, some people are bad, so thus everybody should die. And it's like, you're that smart and you think that, really? You know? They don't think they predicted the Travelers? Literally, every single journal piece is talking about this master plan and how they predicted that Oswald would escape from jail and not just die trying, even though he's reported dead, but like across several years knowing exactly when he would escape and shit like that. It's not like the beginning of Oswald's story started with somebody dropping like a way for us to get out or something like that. He got himself out. You know, if they had dropped the cookie crumb of somebody mysteriously brought the key to his cell and gave him a path out, that would be one thing, you know? But it wasn't. It was just like, he just happened to escape. The end. You know, everybody's story nobody's story had any of these little like side elements that make you kind of raise your eyebrow going, what's that about? Wait, why is that person here? What is this trying to tell me about the greater plot? You know, pieces moving and people trying to manipulate them or anything. It's purely my choice on where I go and what happens and the characters' interactions being autonomous of outside influence, which means that the concept that somebody would predict these actions is ludicrous at best.
For real?
Yeah, for real. Thank you, played as 144 bits. Right, there was no clue of to any kind of interaction or anything to help the player connect the dots between the stories. It's just randomly, oh yeah, we actually predicted all of these things would happen, you know? Like, okay, here's how this works. First of all, no name, thank you for the 321 bits. The real mastermind is the goose. Yeah. Okay, this is why this is bad storytelling and writing. I'll explain it to you. If there was something that was part of the stories that helped build it up and showed the player that there's something more going on, that would have to be written into the story. It had to be woven in, right? But what they've done instead is write these stories independent of outside influence, which is really easy to do. You can just tell a story and you don't have to worry about anything else, okay? You just tell your story. And then what they did is they blanketed all of the stories with this post-game story of, yeah, I actually predicted all of that would happen exactly as it did, and now we're gonna do the ultimate evil thing. You know, they're not mingling together. It's not a nice broth or stew or curry or whatever the fuck you want to call it, where all the flavors are mingling. They just put like ketchup on everything. You know, cereal, ketchup, steak, ketchup, ice cream, ketchup. You know, they just fucking threw on some shit and they go, but everything has ketchup. It's all connected. See? Don't you see? It's all ketchup. Duh. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm getting at. That's not like a way to tell the story. You need to mingle it. You need to connect everything together. You need to make it have one big overarching plot as these other stories come together, and they just put ketchup on everything. That's all they did. The only connection, Dragon, between all these stories and this is that randomly on the field you would get this music and you would encounter some shadow creature like these things. You'd beat it up and the music would go away. That was it. That was the only connecting thing. And it felt so arbitrary, like just randomly you know, and you don't have any dialogue going, what was that about? Like what's going on here, you know? And even then, if you did talk about it, it isn't really part of the actual, like, clearly there are forces at work that are making this happen. And that's an important aspect to weave into those other stories. And it just doesn't. The only time you get anything like this is with Ochet's main story, having to deal with the shadow creatures, and then the crossed path with Ochet and the apothecary. That's it. And it's barely touched on. It's just like a little crumb of breads, you know. It's just like they give you the tiniest little bit and go, you better be thankful, bitch, you know. It's like, what am I thankful for? A crumb? Thank you, I guess. I'm still gonna starve though. asshole. Feels like this part was developed after the story. It's just bad writing. That's not it. There was obvious, especially considering Octopath Traveler 1 did the very same thing, where there was a post-game story after all the 8 individual stories. It was intentional. I finally understand why my brother warned me to keep an eye on her. I slipped down to the ritual site after Temenos made his exit and retrieved the Book of Night. All that's left is to combine it with the Book of Demons, and we'll be able to complete the Dark Blood Grimoire. Oh goody. A whole bunch more of these. How, like, what bad exposition too? Like, to have supposedly this big interwoven plot that the bad guys supposedly predicted everything would happen exactly this way, and to just like shit it out right here and just go, there's your story, bitch. You better enjoy it. You should be thankful for my shit that I just shoved down your throat. You know, like, there's no storytelling, there's no building up, there's no dramatic entrance to everything. They just fucking, like, threw it out at you and made you read some journal that just happens to be here one page after the other in perfect order. Oh, come on. As I've mentioned many times, viewer choice is Sunday and Monday, RPG Vita. No, it is Sunday. It is Sunday today. Yeah, I don't stream on Saturday. Saturday is a day off. Yeah, Sunday, Monday is viewer choice. I didn't finish this game, but like after, you know, Sunday, Monday, we go into normal streams of like whatever it is that we want to play. That was when we played South of Midnight, which was Tuesday. And of course, well, I guess it was actually last week, Tuesday. South of Midnight was very good. It was an exciting visual audio experience on top of some very decent gameplay. South of Midnight was very exciting. After this viewer choice Sunday, Monday, we've been playing Expedition 33, which is fantastic. Oh, delicious, good video games. So we'll be continuing that on Tuesday. But I think we'll finish this either tonight or tomorrow, and then we'll have our next viewer choice game, which is looking like the God of War trilogy, the original. Here I am, grand old Timberrain, just in time for the coronation ceremony. Word on the street is that the apothecary named Trousseau is going to rain on the parade with a storm infused with shadow energy. The word on the street? The word on the street? Tell me about the word on the street when I came into the bar and told everybody what was happening, and they looked at me like I was crazy. And if it wasn't for the guard captain and I having an actual connection in history, they all would have laughed us out of the bar. But yeah, that was the word on the street. I'm sure all the guards were really anticipating the bad thing and were already preparing for an evacuation, right? Oh, hold on. Oh, here we go. No. No, the ending was fine. Let's not talk about the ending of a video game many people may or may not have played, you know? Unless we're actually experiencing it firsthand. The ending was fine. There was some... I feel like it could have been better, but it wasn't like a disappointment. It just felt like maybe something was missing. But no, I enjoyed it quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, watch the VODs. They're on YouTube, or you can actually think you can still watch them on Twitch because it hasn't been 90 days yet, so you can still watch them. Just watch it for yourself, you know, experience it. Just fast forward until you get to the story if you want to experience just the story. Yeah, you can send me a DM. We can talk about it, no problem. His goal in a quote is to extend a hand to save all in need. What a nice notion. Let's rewind the clock. It was 1 year ago that Trudeau had lost hope in the future and started down his path. He was out gathering medicinal herbs when he stumbled into Lost Seed. There he met Claude, who gave him the Book of Night. Claude was disappointed with the encounter, it seems, so he swayed Trousseau to his side, but couldn't persuade an apothecary to the man's company. With a regretful sigh, he told me that this other apothecary's eyes were filled with a motherly strength. Deep wells of kindness that belied a sense of fierce determination. What was her name again? Ah, yes, Casti. Wow, I'm so surprised. She stopped Trousseau, saw the people of Timberain to safety, and even dealt with the poison rain. As if that wasn't enough, she also managed to mix up medicine that could combat the shadow on the spot. Claude's intuition was right. Casti is someone to keep an eye on. My brother will need to know that we have another dangerous potential wrench in our plans. I met a merchant today in Clogbank, an honest fellow with laughing eyes named Particio. He boasted that he'll rustle up 80 billion leaves and buy the rights to the steam engine from its current owner, Mr. Rock. They don't give the technology away to everyone. When pressed on why, he said things like this should be shared with the whole world. Particio confuses me. If I could borrow that ruthless Rock's words, it is human nature to take from others and give unto oneself. It's not really... I literally just talked about how we've been playing Expedition 33 and it's been fantastic. In response to your question about South of Midnight. How has he not won? Yeah, I know, right? But yeah, I literally answered your question with response of Expedition 33 is returning on Tuesday. We played it for a couple days and it's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, it's an absolutely brilliant game so far, and I'm really excited to get back to it. I would highly recommend looking into it and picking it up. But yeah, it's not human nature to take from others and give to oneself. It is human nature to gather things to help you and yours. It's human nature to want to survive. It's human nature to want to, like, make sure you have like a stock of things to keep you and your family fed and safe and warm. And sometimes that results in there's nothing around me, but others have stuff. So the only way my family can live is if I take from them. That happens, sure. But I definitely do not believe it's human nature to take from others. I think the nature of taking from others and giving to yourself is actually less human nature, because in the end of the day, humans are social animals. We gather together in order for the whole herd to be safer, right? Animal herds are basically the purpose of keeping one safe. That's why we congregate in cities and towns and everything, so that we have this community of being able to be safe. And if you ask me, I think that greed makes you less human. I think the dumbest people in the world are the most greedy because they don't understand the purpose of a government or a community or a gathering of people in order to lift each other up and protect one another from outside dangers, right? So I think that's the opposite. But honestly, if you've looked like historically at rich people, they tend to be really dumb. They And because they're really dumb, they have like a tremendous ego, by the way. That's one thing. But the other thing that they have is the inability to actually think beyond the most surface level of needs that need to be met as a person. It's just all surface level bullshit. Despite his noble declarations, I'm sure Particio will prove himself no different from the other slime. Greed and self-interest will win out in the end. They always do. To an extent. Still vaguely curious as to how his story will play out. I'll follow this Particio, though I'll keep my expectations low. Placing your faith in others only gets you betrayed in the end. Eventually, sure, because you run into another greedy asshole. So, yeah, I mean, if you place your faith in others without precaution, you're going to get screwed. But that's why you have precautions, you know? You have contracts that guarantee certain things. Although, don't expect this game to know that, because the whole contract that we had in this game was both contracts were just like irrelevant plot elements that were just like, oh yeah, well, I cheated on the contract, so there. And now it doesn't matter anymore. And it's like, what's the fucking point? You know, like that's what the contract is for. It's meant to lock that in. As soon as you get that signed, boom, you know, right? But then they just treat it like it's an irrelevant plot element that just like, nuh-uh, I cheat the contract, so there. Nah. So that's why you can place your faith in others to an extent in order to protect yourself from those that are bad. But generally speaking, I feel like placing your trust in others isn't always a bad thing. I think it's just you need to do it not like an idiot. My brother made a deal with Harvey. Craft the Book of Demons, an evil tomb said to be imbued with the magic of Darkhest himself. Why, you ask? Well, dear diary, because we needed to restore the lost Dark Blood grimoire. The way she says dear diary makes me think it's that reporter girl. Hell yeah, Bullet Catcher. Damn good time. Thank you. The rub here is that neither my brilliant brother nor even Claude knows how to make this tome. Thus we need the need for Harvey. The one thing my brother does know is that the remains of Darkest are a key component. When I shared that vital tidbit, Harvey smiled. That is all I needed. It sounds like he was already most of the way there. He's a valuable asset, so we'll do everything we can to assist him. Harvey has an unhealthy obsession with a scholar named Oswald. Now let's call it what it is, a severe inferiority complex. Harvey told me he'd gladly give up the Dawn if it meant he could best the man. We let Harvey read the Book of Night in order to pull him into our intrigues, but honestly, I think it wasn't necessary. That bottomless well of envy is in his gut, properly manipulated, would likely have been motivation enough. Besides, I don't trust him. No normal person can fathom that twisted mind of his. Once again, this reads like a narration and not like a journal entry, but... Perticio's gone and done it. He has gone and done it. He's humbled Rock and actually wrested the rights to the steam engine from that greedy tycoon. Still, that's nothing compared to what he did next. He actually gave it away, just as he said he would. Things like this should be shared with the whole world. He's lived up to that grandiose statement, and then some. The heat of his passion even melted Rock's icy heart, and I didn't think the desert sun was hot enough to do that. So taking a step back, what Particio did is impossible, unimaginable, inconceivable. I've observed countless people in my time, and to date, every one of them is motivated to varying degrees by self-interest. People are always willing to step on others to achieve their own interests. Particio, is he truly different? Is he someone who can at least transform this dark, ugly world into something better? What do you think, brother? So, it's actually funny. It's actually kind of funny because technically, every single person in the entire world acts in the most greedy way possible 100% of the time. And I'll explain that, of course. But if you want to go volunteer in the soup kitchen and, you know, give your money away to the poor and you want to help other people and you want to lift them up, it's the thing you want to do. You literally have just said, that's what I want to do. When you do that, you're acting in your own best interests, whatever that might be. Maybe your interest is getting accolades for being a caring and giving person. Maybe you have empathy and you feel that you need to lift other people up. Maybe you don't necessarily need to expect something in return, but that is what you want to do. Period. It's what you're wanting to do. It's the most selfish thing that you could possibly do because it's what you want to do. And everybody does it. Whether it's just that some people tend to have no empathy, and so their best self-interest is to hurt others to help themselves, or whatever, you know. Science does not say that, actually. Science does not say that life is a simulation. No credible scientist in the entire world says that life is a simulation at all. Great. I'm sure lots of people have written really crazy things for people to read. I mean, life could be a simulation. We could be in the Rick and Morty game where you live a whole ass life and then, you know, like it just is moments for you as you play the game. But I mean, that doesn't mean anything. Like there's no answer to what existence is at all. There's none. We don't have any answer. The only way to answer it is by ceasing to exist. And even then, you may not get an answer because there could just be a whole bunch of nothingness at the end where you cease to exist. Scientists are idiots. What? They're literally spending their entire life mastering knowledge. That is their whole, like, deal, is that they're smart. That's the whole point of it. Just because, like, you can, on the surface, you can be like, yeah, well, I haven't experienced this, so it can't be true. That's like the most brain dead kind of thing you can think. It's based on nothing, and it's your only a singular point of data on the billions and trillions of people that are and have been in the history of time. You know, like, are you sitting there suggesting that you have everybody else's experiences locked in your head so you know everything that there is to know in all of human history? What? I said we can't possibly know, and nobody knows the answer. Nobody knows. It could be, but it could not be. Any number of faiths and religions that have existed across time could all be potentially real, and so could just the great nothingness of ceasing to exist. There's no answer. We have no answer. Knowing everything would drive you insane? Maybe. Who's to say? Have you ever met anybody that knew everything? I would imagine if you managed to learn everything at once, you would probably go insane. But if you learned everything over a very, very long period of time, you know, assuming that you could live indefinitely, I think you'd be fine. Welcome to my humble castle. That was how he greeted me when I arrived in Lost Seed, before he took me on a casual stroll. Oh boy, another page, yeah? Lost Seed, before he took me on a casual stroll through the rotting mausoleum of a town. I struggled not to gag in the stench of death and decay, all the while him smiling and breathing deep as if taking in the airs of a tranquil mountain meadow. The ghastly man's name was Claude, and he is the descendant of infamous Archmage D'Archist. It is said that his notorious grandfather gave him a taste of the blood of the malevolent god of darkness, Vide, frighteningly enough, while he was still in the womb. As a result, the man is blessed with eternal youth. With the blood of Darkest and Vide within his veins, Claude's fate was to become the Dark God's vessel, and yet he rejected this destiny and instead chose the path that honor onto his offspring. For that part, we don't care who the vessel is, just that we have one. Claude, however, seems to have preferences in the matter. Preferences? The man sired countless children with countless women and set his progeny on each other's throats. To the bloody victor goes the ultimate spoils. I shivered as he looked me up and down, his eyes seeming to pierce my very soul. It was as if he was seeking to plant a murderous seed inside of me, too. When he handed me the dark blood staff, he told me that the woman who stole it from him has a lot of potential. His words, my purpose, and Lost Seed fulfilled. I hurried out of there. I can't wait to hand the staff over to Arcanet and let her handle the Cathedral's sacred flame. I mean, it's just that you're making one-word sentences or one-word comments, and it just seems a little unhinged, man. You know, you can talk, just you don't even have like each line being one word. Dear Diary, today I met with Prechikor, the woman known as the Dark Hunter. I'd introduced her to the Professor Harvey several years ago at Arcanet's request. She was talkative today and had this to say. I met Arcanet when I was young, and it was then that I swore myself to her service. Ever since, I have hunted for her and her alone, even slain the legendary monster known as the Guardian of the First Flame at her behest. Sometimes I hunted people too, like the time I came to possess the Dark Blood Bow. Once again, my lady has the use of me, and so I shall gladly obey. Yeah, punctuation helps too, so it's readable. I nodded along, and when she was finished, she showed me a monster. The beast which she had captured on Tohaha looked at me with eyes filled with loathing for all that walked on this earth. I asked her what it was, and she told me the result of years of brutal conditioning and a healthy dose of Harvey's science for good measure. Result, an abomination crafted through repeated and horrifying experiments. I nodded again. The soul thus steeped in despair would surely prove to be a great source of power. No, there's no problem. It's just about, you know, there's only one important aspect of communication, and that is the ability to understand one another. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be flawless. It doesn't have to be anything other than understandable. So when it's just so disjointed and like one word's being flown out all over the place, it makes it unreadable. So I don't really know what you're actually talking about. And so I have to kind of like try to grasp at straws at what you're actually trying to say. So it's just an advice thing. You can do whatever you want at the end of the day. But, you know, if you want to communicate with people, there is an expectation that it needs to be readable. And English not being your first language is commendable. I mean, who here can actually say they know more than one language, right? You know, very few people, especially Americans. So it's not a criticism as it is advice. I nodded again. A soul that's steeped in despair would surely prove to be a great source of power. It seems that leaving the flame of Tarahaha in her care should prove no issue. Can't believe it. How did Pertitio turn that economic desert of a town into a hopping commercial hub? The business idea of his was inspired, I must admit, but while watching Elrond's department store came to life, woke something warm inside me. I told Pertitio that the world's filled with people growing under the weight of 1,000 problems. It's fresh ideas like this that bring a ray of joy into troubled lives. For once, I really truly meant what I said. I should never have poured my heart out in public like that. I suppose my declaration was proof that he's cracked my emotional defenses and convinced me to believe in him. In my defense, he's really something else. Before I knew it, I was promising to help. Truth is, I'm excited to see what magic he'll pull out of his Pertitio hat next. Guess what, dear diary? This is the first time I've ever helped someone for something that wasn't directly related to my mission. Let me stop for a moment and also appreciate the fact he convinced the Elrond to invest 80 billion leaves in him. 80 billion. The question is, will Pertitio prove to be a man of integrity? Will he really use those leaves to help the world and not just line his own pockets? Just a little bit longer, only a bit mind. I find myself needing to see what he does next. Oh, hey. The mirror shining, rekindle the fire in your hearts to chase away the darkness. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I gotta bring in Pertitio here. And it's gonna light up as well, right? Yeah, they both lit up, okay. I love how absolutely, completely irrelevant it is to build any way you want, because the game basically says, you have to use these characters at these points, and so building your own team the way you want becomes irrelevant. I don't think the Switch 2 is overpriced. I think a couple people are clamoring about it. The end, you know? Like, yeah, a couple of people are saying it's overpriced. I don't think it is. I think the bigger problem is that people aren't being paid enough, you know? Because the people that you see that are whining about it are a very small population of people, right? And everybody else is like, it's fine, I'm gonna go get it, the end, you know? Right. Everybody else in the entire world who doesn't really care just bought it and didn't say anything. But the thing is that, like, Nintendo has always been a cheaper platform. The PS5 is $500, and that was 4 years ago, and the Nintendo Switch 2 is $450 4 years later. That is cheaper by a pretty good amount. Great, you know. I've already pre-ordered mine because I want it, and as a streamer, I definitely want to be able to play it, you know. Yeah, you could always wait till after release. I imagine they won't be sold out, like, for crazy amounts of time, maybe a few months at most. Oh. And yes, people were complaining about the Switch 2 price as well as the game price. However, the game price complaint is very unfounded and unjustified because it's like a very, very specific situation where a game was $80 or something like that, and they're trying to claim that all games are now $80 on the Switch 2, which has been proven to be incorrect. It's just a dumb, like, reactionary bullshit conversation right now. Until more information is out, we don't know dick. And, you know, if you want to buy a Switch 2, great. If you don't, then don't. The end. You know, it's not like it's $800 or anything. It's actually, on average, probably one of the least expensive consoles in terms of inflation that we've ever experienced. Seems it can't do reverse inflation calculators by Googling. But on average, it's probably about 75%, I would say, if like you were to go back to 1990. So like 1990 price would of this Switch 2 at $450 now is probably about sorry, I'm being dumb here, about 300 or something like that? Or is it the other way around? It'd be the difference. It would be like 150, I think is what it would be. Somewhere around there, give or take. All right. Cool. Why not? Yeah, I mean, it's a brand new console that's cheaper than the current consoles, and it has more functionality than all those consoles. All right, I'm in. Plus it's Nintendo, so you know you're gonna get like Mario and Metroid and stuff. That's it. I'm not like straight up trying to compare it that way though, Michael. You're misunderstanding. It's more of like a vague general idea. Like people talked about like there's actually the what do you call it, a like a list, an order of the most expensive consoles at any given time, taking inflation into consideration. And when the PS5 Pro came out, it was among the most expensive. It was like Neo Geo was like the only one that was more expensive, and then it was PS5 Pro was the most expensive console ever, considering inflation. And when you consider inflation and the historic prices of consoles in the past, Switch 2 would probably be one of the lowest prices. but it is still relatively cutting edge. Yeah, sure, it's not like the PS5 or anything like that, but it's actually, so the power of the Switch 2 is somewhere between the PS4 Pro and the PS5. So it's still pretty cutting edge, and just because it doesn't like match up to other consoles doesn't mean anything, you know? Like when did that become like the deciding factor for consoles? It never was, ever. In fact, historically, some of the best, most successful consoles were the weakest ones. For instance, the best-selling console of all time is the Switch. Right, exactly what Zyfreak said. The real issue is average income, not the cost of the console. The real issue is average income. You are not being paid enough, full stop. Some scalpers will get some, and people that are desperate to get day one may purchase it from a scalper, but they're not going to be sold out for very long. Nintendo knows what to expect, especially after the PS5 debacle and the Switch being sold out for so long. It'll be fine. Oh wow, oh that's Oswald, okay. You know what this game is missing? Items that give characters JP, so I could just stock them up and just load up my side characters with it. Is there a save point at all?
Let the show begin.
I need a plan. Magias
Yeah, and the PS5 was an actual legitimate shortage.
Then. Whirlwind blow.
Now then. Indulge me for a moment.
Nice one, Mr. Oswald.
Indulge me for a moment. I've seen worse methods.
Well, the reason there was a console shortage was because of the pandemic, and then of course the cryptocurrency issue was taking away a lot of the parts that were used to manufacture the PS5s, and so it was a double whammy of they wanted to make more, but they literally could not. Yeah, the people that are gonna buy from scalpers aren't complaining about price. Honestly, the people that are complaining about the price of Nintendo Switch 2 are just they're just Nintendo haters for the most part. I would say probably a good 80% of them are known Nintendo haters. They just hate on Nintendo for whatever fucking reason. Oh, inheritors of our will, let the mirror shine and kindle a fire in your heart to chase away the darkness. Oh, okay, so I can't even do whatever I'm supposed to do here. Cool, I guess.
Out of my way.
It's my turn now. The winds of favor blow.
So I know even less about what I need to do. I thought maybe I might have found what I needed to do because the audio cues here with the music, but it just basically told me I have even less information about what I need to do.
Go on then.
Now then. Indulge me for a moment.
Great job, Oswald. I wasn't expecting that.
Nintendo's the only console that has exclusivity? What? That's a joke, right? That's a good one. Yeah, there's definitely no exclusive titles on all the other platforms. The real answer is that Microsoft is the only platform without real exclusivity because they put everything on PC as well. But the excuse that they use is Microsoft says, well, actually PC is basically our console, because at Microsoft we develop Windows, which is our major product, of course. And so when everybody buys computers to play their games, they're buying from us anyway. But yeah, that's because of Microsoft being bad at being a game studio and console studio thing, not because there aren't exclusives on other platforms. Sony has plenty of platforms, and good ones at that. There are plenty of games that you can only get on PlayStation and nowhere else. Really good ones too. And it was actually the only thing that like was interesting was in these last couple of years, we've actually had a turnabout a little bit where some of the major Sony PlayStation titles were actually having PC releases, like Horizon and Elden Ring. And that would have changed. That would not have been a thing like 5 years ago. But the vast majority of the major titles still have exclusivity. All right, where am I? All right, Wildlands. What's this place called again? This is the Leaflands. The big thing that you're not taking into consideration, Matthew, is that Nintendo has the best exclusive games, the ones that everybody wants to play. Mario, Zelda, Pokemon, those are big names that everyone wants to play, and no other platform has that. So you're mistaking popularity with like a blanket of exclusivity only on Nintendo. It seems as if all of these level 51 area, a lot of these areas have turned to level 51 areas, and they're the places in question that I need to go to. So I'm guessing there's going to be another. Yep. Okay. What's up, Ellie? All right, so I think I could probably find all the areas just by finding the level 151. I'm just gonna write down all these areas, and then we'll, I guess, wander the world in search of what we're actually supposed to do. I'm gonna say this though, if I can't figure out what I need to do, I'm just gonna stop playing the game. You know, I didn't get credits, big fucking whoop. You know, if the game is just like, no, we're not gonna actually, you know, tell you what you need to do, and it's too frustrating to actually figure out, then you've lost me. You know. I mean, maybe I'll look it up as a way to get past it, perhaps. But still, you know. You learn the 100 Gunner and Heli Gunner were still named that in JP version of Remake, and Remake's localization sterilized their names to Valkyrie and Arsenal. I don't think that's lame. I think that makes sense. Heli Gunner seems really generic and lame, honestly. You know, and calling it Valkyrie like gives it like an actual name of the weapon. You know. Oh yeah, this is our newest model, the Valkyrie. It can do stuff. Well, what is an arsenal? An arsenal is lots of weapons, and the arsenal has lots of weapons. So it makes sense to me. It's about naming convention. You know, it's about naming convention. Like, what kind of name, as an American, do you expect out of a military weapon? versus what Japan might expect out of the name of a military weapon. Does that make sense? I think it's just about naming it something that makes sense to where they're. I think it's part of localization, basically, is what I'm getting at. You know, think about like other, like think about military weapons that we know, like the Black Hawk or whatever other thing. Interesting. This has something going on here. I imagine there's 8 of these places. You don't recall scalper scalping games before Lunar? Oh, they do. Usually they do it with like collector's editions though. The earliest example I can give you is Metroid Dread, which was what, 3 years ago? But it's been like that in the past for a while now, ever since online shopping has become more prevalent, so probably in the last 10 or so years, I would say. Oh, that's the only ones I can find. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What seems like the odd one out is this one, and I do remember that there was a flame that went out up here, so I'm gonna go here, which seems like the most logical place to start because it wasn't in the middle of a cave.
It's quiet. Too quiet.
What's up, DJ?
But this smell.
The reason
It's in the
Lunar, without it
humans.
being a collector's edition, has been scalped is because they had a really bad North American release due to current issues in the methods of trade across borders in the particular countries.
Mint.
Or something along those lines.
Is that you, Temenos? Out for a stroll in a place like this? You always did have the habit of sticking your nose in places it doesn't belong.
Oh man, Mint is a bad
Friend
person.
of yours, Temenos?
In a manner of speaking, but something's odd.
Cool, good resolution.
You failed to see what was in front of you. The shadow is ever by thy side.
Just what are you? This is an inquisition. Refuse to answer and...
Attempting to conquer others with threats of violence will always fail.
That's not true.
Those who are subdued by strength cannot help but rebel.
You can
To
still,
conquer them,
you know what, whatever.
Truly conquer them. You must subjugate their hearts and minds. Hearken to the shadows in their hearts.
You can control by fear.
What are you talking about?
I mean,
People are desperate
she's not
for a place
entirely
to
wrong,
belong.
but yeah.
Give it to them, and they cannot bear to live anywhere else. And then, their hearts and minds are yours.
I mean, that's actually kind of a part of how
Hearts
fascism grows in
and
people.
minds?
You give the impression that like white culture is a thing,
Humans
and
are
really what you
foolish
do is
by
you give
their
them
very
European
nature.
culture, and then they mistakenly believe that
Centuries
it's white
pass,
culture, and
yet
then you go from
they
there.
remain the same.
Bold words for someone so young.
But I doubt this game is that deep to actually be implying that. It's just, you know, generic phrasing
Surrender
that a lot of
yourself not unto
games will
silent
use or stories
dust,
will use without actually the meaning
for
behind
the
it.
light shall fade. And
So
soon,
the point is that
night
if you're
shall
giving somebody
fall.
a place to belong, you're saying, look at this white culture or whatever.
Teachings of the
It
Moonshade Order.
makes them feel like they're part of something. That's
No,
that's what I was getting
it
at. How it
can't
connects
be.
to that, but I doubt it's that deep.
Since you are so dogged in your search for the truth, allow me to help you.
There is no such thing as white culture, by the way, just so we're clear.
My true name is Arcanet,
Oh, hey, it's her.
and I am the leader of the Moonshade Order. The same order that slaughtered the Call.
Maybe we had to get those documents first, and I
Also
just got
that I could
lucky.
Steal the flame.
That's impossible. The massacre of the Call was decades ago, and the Moonshade Order's origins are older
The people that
still.
buy from scalpers have more money than sense. They don't care.
It's not impossible. There are old souls out there that hide behind youthful faces.
Thanks to Caldina's efforts, the Book of Night is now in my possession. That girl was so eager to be a puppet. She didn't realize the strings were held by her sworn enemy.
The Pontiff knew who you were. He was going to tell me, but his life was cut short.
Hey, actual story.
I had hoped you would be more stricken. How dull. Such has ever been your nature. Your face always a placid mask. But I suppose...
Temenos' story feels like the only one that actually has any plot relevance.
Draws nigh.
And they didn't even tell it to you until, like, you did every other generic story in the game. And then they just made vague connections of certain characters and other stories as part of this major plot.
Night was invited into the world. But a loathsome few drove it away. Those events will not repeat themselves.
When you
again.
speak when you speak like you're trying to be the good guy, but your
You stole the
tone is
features
like,
of
"Mwahaha, I will
innocence."
bring death and destruction," because that's what people
Did I?
want.
Then you should thank
You
me.
lost me.
This world is cruel, monstrous.
So that's why I'm going to bring more cruelty and
with not a single
monstrousness.
mote of joy to be found amongst the misery. Don't you see?
Nope, that's incorrect.
Roy, Pontiff Jorg. Yes, and even Crick.
Not Rickety Cricket.
They knew. They knew the beauty of a dawn that would never come.
True, true.
Quiet.
Both Jerky as Joy
I won't
and Cult is
allow
going
you
to
sully
Cultist.
their names with such blasphemy. You will answer for your sins, Arcanet.
Oh my god, scalpers have been scalping
And
shoes
I'll
for
ensure
fucking
the world they
millennia,
hoped
dude.
for comes to pass.
Scalpers have been scalping collector's items like that, shoes or whatever else that has value that they can get at base price for
At
a fucking
last,
millennium, like
Temenos'
for all
mask
time.
falls off.
I'm getting tingles. Right.
Damn. Like the sprite though. Can you leave me alone, Coconut, so I can focus? Please, thank you. Stop it. He keeps batting at my hand, and it's like a distraction every single time. Hey, bud. You want to calm your shit? Yeah, landlords. Yeah, pretty much. The best thing to do, Suntop, is acknowledge that scalpers exist and just don't give in. You know, you just you try to get your thing. If you don't, then you look for it at another time. I remember when the first Switch came out, I didn't get it until like 2 years later. And it's actually a really funny story. And oh my God, it's actually a sad story how I got my Switch. Okay, so I was in the market for a Switch finally, and I just like on a whim, I went to Best Buy. I was like, yeah, I'm in the area. I'll check out Best Buy and see if they have a Switch. And you know how like rows are in a store, right? You have like the end cap, and then you go down the lane or whatever, the aisle. Okay. I was going towards the console section, and I came around, and I saw that there was one Switch left. So I'm like, sweet. So I quickened my pace up a little bit. Right as I'm about to get down the aisle, I'm sitting at the end cap. And like a mother and father go to pick up the Switch. They have it in their hands, and they go something about like their kid, like, oh, should we get little Timmy this? And they're kind of sitting there going like, yeah, he said he wanted it or something. And then they go, nah, he has an Xbox, and set it down. And I immediately swooped in behind them and snagged it before they could even rethink it, turned around and started walking towards the exit. And the reason I say that's a sad story is because that poor kid could have gotten one of the best consoles in existence, but their parents were like, nah, he has an Xbox, one of the worst consoles in existence. And you know, maybe all little Timmy wants is to swear racial slurs and tell everybody how much they did their other people's mothers on Call of Duty, and so maybe he's happy. But I mean, from a games selection perspective, the Xbox platforms have been the worst pretty much every generation. And so maybe he's happy, but on as far as averages go, right? Poor kid. What if that kid is watching you now? That kid doesn't know because that kid wasn't there. Their parents were the ones there. But I wasn't. They set it down. They lost their chance, man. I wanted that Switch. All right, what are we doing? We are doing Provoke Beasts. We're doing Double Gator, and then Manta.
Ready, set, go!
I mean, from a sales perspective, it's the highest selling platform of all time. So you know. Wait, is it actually worth boosting? I mean, wouldn't it be better to just not boost since I have to up the duration of all the buffs? Ah, damn, I have Partitio in my party. Shit.
This should help.
Oh dear.
No.
Well, I'm not gonna find out what she's weak to now either, so I don't know what to buff.
Knowledge is power.
Nah, it's not like that. There's no like slingshot effect. I'm just gonna do flame.
Flame filler.
Just to have something on there. But I'm gonna now Song of Hope. That should extend all the buffs for another 5 turns or something like that. 3 turns, 5 turns.
Thinking time. Magius found a weakness.
Bring it on. Nice.
Those are weak to fire.
Let's go. Come on then.
Ooh, buffed him up.
Thinking time.
Feel my wrath. Impart your wisdom, Halifax.
That could be wind.
The winds of favor for missing now.
It is wind.
I'm just getting warmed up. Felt that, didn't you?
Let's go. There. Time to the winds of favor for now.
This is the end.
Bring it on.
Let's go. Here's how sorry.
Well, not weak to fire.
Time to the song of hope.
Yeehaw! Coming right up.
Thinking.
Oh, I could have just given BP, couldn't I? Like, that's literally his thing.
Indulge me for a moment.
Oh, good, nice. And thunder, actually. That's great.
Time to shine.
Oh, I forgot the SP buff. I don't have it because I have a Partitio on accident. Damn it.
Here you go.
That's a hope.
Here goes. Blizzard, swirl round.
Now then.
Okay. I don't have full charge, so we're just gonna have to break again.
Indulge me.
That wasn't bad.
Stay away. Dancer's blade.
And it blinded her, which is what I wanted.
Dear.
Damn it!
It's my turn now. The song of hope.
Oh good, she got her BP back. I was hoping for that.
Come on then.
Here goes. Don't underestimate me. Arrow of fortune to us.
Now then.
So
Calculations
I
complete.
could do this actually. At the very least, I'll break the L, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to do a tremendous amount of damage. That'll just kill the ads right out.
This is the end.
Now then.
I need a plan.
All right, cool.
Warmed up. I got more grit than I can handle. I'm invested.
There you go, Oswald. Oh, I see. That was a mistake. It's fine. I can fix it next turn. Shit, she needs SP. Damn it. That's fine. She'll have her next turn. This will be basically the big burn.
Bring it on. Yeehaw! Let's do it. I'm investing in you.
Thank you.
All right. Do whatever I set my mind to.
That would actually work with Oswald, though, not Oswald's stuff, but some of the buffs that his subclass has.
I summon Alpha, the Flamebringer. Let's
Oswald
go.
also actually doesn't have enough MP either, damn it. But I think I should be able to restore MP and then get the extra turn.
Here's how a punch does it.
Right, because I just gave her the buff,
No.
or him the buff, so I should be able to do that, and then he'll get an
This
extra
one's for
turn.
me.
Calculations complete. In pursuit of knowledge.
This should be about 100,000 damage or more. She's got magic defense down, he has magic defense, or magic attack up. All the things are in order.
This is the end.
Yep. Yeah, we pretty much just took a mega death laser and just across the entire land. We just Kamehameha the entire village.
To see the dawn.
Ugh, how dare you want to live? I don't get it. Are you so desperate to not die? I don't understand how you could want that. Yeah, crazy. It's like the reason why we eat and, drink water.
You, a dagger sharpened to a razor's
Netherlands, 2 electric
Claude's
boogaloo.
I can see it. A collar
Mint jerky.
around that thin neck of
Delicious.
yours. A collar? You will never be free.
Twirling my mustache.
Even if I fall here.
Time to tie some lady up to a railroad track.
There. Always near. Soon, night shall fall.
Farewell, Mint. Your days of meddling are over.
Soon night shall fall. From the looks of it, it already has.
If this isn't night, then...
Cool, we got no direction on where to go next. Like, we found a thing, which was cool, and she gave no indication about, oh, I guess everybody, well, not everybody leveled, about where we can go next. The good news, though, is that I did not need Pertitio, so I can take him back out. Yeah, just eat jerky. Damn, her physical attack is really low, isn't it? Maybe that's just because it's our base attack or something, that's why it seems low. Yeah, it's definitely low. Planet Jerky. Not to be confused with Jerky Planet, which is a whole other thing. I would imagine if it's a real jerky planet, then yeah. Tansy's journal. Did you write this? Onder asked. I immediately ripped the book out of his grasp and he shrank back a little, surprised at my strength. I couldn't believe that he of all people had gotten his hands on my hidden script. Odner had been acting from a young age and was already doing quite well for himself. I too had longed for the stage since I was a child, but ended up working at my parents' candle shop instead. Even so, I hadn't been able to give up on writing, and it became my secret pastime. I hadn't shown my scriptures to anyone, though, afraid that their response would confirm just how talentless I was. I screwed my eyes shut in embarrassment, preparing myself for his ridicule of my silly script. But, would you mind if I performed this, he asked. I let out a strange gasp, completely caught off guard. It'd be a shame not to. Why don't we show it off at the next Festival of Grace? Though taken aback by my proposal, I was overjoyed to know that someone appreciated my writing. I nodded in agreement and decided to make it a performance to remember. Despite it being Odner's idea, I realized that I was even more excited than he was. I even began composing musical scores for the show. I love you, Mary. Those words caused my heart to race in my hands and on the harp to stop. What's wrong? Odner asked. He peered into my face with concern. I realized that he no longer looked like the bride who had tormented me with insects in our youth. Still, I knew that the words he spoke were not his own. I had been the one to write them, after all. Half a month before the Festival of Grace, his performance was all but perfect. I couldn't help but wonder when he found the time to practice after his normal work was through. I, on the other hand, was struggling to think of a fitting ending to the script and working I worked late into the night, unable to ignore my struggles. Odner pulled me away from my desk and whisked me away into the town late at night. The gods are all ours right now, he told me as we snuck into an empty church. Not long after, I was struck by inspiration, perhaps by the grace of the sacred flame. Odner watched quietly as words upon words flowed from the tip of my pen. By the time I was finished, dawn was breaking. As Odner read my script, his face was more serious than ever, and my heart pounded in my chest, though not out of nervousness. Once he finished, he smiled softly. Will you marry me? He asked, and I let out another strange gasp. Had I written that line? No, this time those words were Odner's own. His proposals always had a way of bringing me unrivaled joy. My heart warmed at the sight of his smile and the thought of performing the script we had written together. Seems like you wrote it by yourself, actually. How I wish the happiness would last us a lifetime. Also, I watched as the clerics carried its casket. Alas, I watched as the clerics carried its casket and sobs filled the air around me. I laid him to rest with our script and his beloved yellow flowers. No, I thought to myself, this wasn't the ending I had envisioned. The day after finishing the script, I woke up to find my love cold beside me. According to the apothecary, Odner's heart had failed him. I wondered if work was to blame. Why hadn't I noticed? I killed him. I pushed him too hard. It was all my fault. All my fault. Unable to bear the guilt, I pushed his death from my mind and carried on as usual. But whenever I remembered my beloved, I clenched my jaw so hard I thought my teeth would break. One day I found myself in front of a church, the same place Odner and I swore our love to each other, and a single cleric came to speak with me. Sadness is something that builds up inside. Holding it all in will do nothing but destroy you, she told me. Please let it out. You don't need to endure it any longer. Moved by her warmth, I spoke of everything that I had buried deep inside of me. She listened to every word, and at the end she embraced me gently. All of my guilt and sadness were washed away by her kindness. Then one day my feelings of Odner disappeared, and all that was left was her. One day I saw her with another woman and feared that she would leave me. Knowing I had to secure my place in her world, I told her that I would do whatever she asked of me. She smiled gently in response and said, I want you to find the blue flame, wherever they may be in this world. I left on my journey soon after. My parents cried and tried to stop me, but I pushed them away. Unfortunately, I barely knew the area outside of my own home, let alone the whole world. Not long after, I met with a traveling troupe that claimed to be bringing smiles to every corner of the realm, so I joined them and the search began. That's how I found it, the blue flame she was looking for. It was on an isle to the edge of the world, at the edge of the world. I can only imagine how pleased she'd be. I was sure she would let me stay at her side. Oh, how I adore Sister Mint. I love you, Tansy, she said. Her warm voice and words reverberated in my head. Then she handed me an old tome called the Book of Night and recommended that I read it, so I did, right then and there. It was a story of a people who did not long to see the dawn. I'd never read such an incredible tale before. As I looked up from its pages, she smiled at me. I realized that there was no greater happiness to be had than reading a wonderful book and seeing Sister Mint smile. In my mind, no brighter dawn awaited, yet I had no need for the dawn. It can all end here and now. Okay. So I have to find some kind of I have to find some kind of mirror and then bring it to these places, apparently. We can write down where these things have gone out. Oh, this is closed again. Interesting. That's closed. Okay. So the only thought I can think of is these islands over here where I didn't find anything. Maybe now there is something. So we're gonna pop over here. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. There's your odd justification that doesn't make any sense. Just like a villain in this game.
Come and get me.
Now then.
But I already beat this thing. It's making me beat it again? Or apparently it's just a regular enemy. Now. Weird that I encountered it right there, though. It's almost as if the game whoopsie-doodled and had the event play twice after the Eternal Night began. Seems more like a whoopsie-doodle than anything else. Oh, there'll still be jerky. If like an animal dies in a salt mine that just happens to be outside, jerky. Animals can eat the jerky. You're a jerky? How dare you? Question mark? No one can write a review for the jerky. True, true. If humans were to go away, what animal would be the next species to eventually evolve into intelligent thought? Yeah, that was what I was gonna say, cats. I mean, dolphins are supposed to be pretty smart, but yeah. Crows are really smart. Yeah, crows are freaking crazy smart for animals. Octopuses are also quite intelligent. Elephants are rumored to have self-awareness, actually, which is very rare in animals. Oh, this is just where I got the class. I don't think there's anything else here. But, like, the reason I say cats is not because they show signs of intelligence or anything else, but simply because cats would be in a position where they weren't basically given, you know, every, like, everything, you know, and pampered and all the special treatment, right? And they'd be like, whoa, 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 whoa. Fuck this, we're developing our own intelligence, you know, just out of spite for having to, like, actually care about their existence. You know what I mean? That's why I say cats. They just be like, yeah, fuck this. We're gonna develop intelligence now and create a bunch of technology that'll make life very simple for us. There we go, that's better. Yeah, they would just be a hive mind, all sharing a single brain cell. Why are there people in this town, but no other town? Hmm. But we did. But we did go to Flame Church. Literally, we were just there. The shadow does seem to be... No, never mind. Still searching. Yeah, monkeys are still pretty smart too, of course. Oh, I can manage my equipment here. You have a question? Is there a big baddie in this game? I think that's what this is supposed to be about, is that now we're finally getting the name of a big baddie that we can actually go and take it to. The best story in the game is Ochette says, "Gimme jerky," and then whenever she wins a battle, she goes, "Oh woo!" There you go. There is the story. That's it. That's all we got. Yeah, that was pretty good too, the punch. Very reminiscent of Final Fantasy VI to fight a train. They're like, go to the church and find some scripture. Oh, it's closed. Oh, the other way in is closed. Oh, never mind. Hello, welcome to bookstore. How can I help you? Would you like book? No book for you. Goodbye. Book jerky. So I'm going to use an item out of my inventory, something that has never been done before. Shiny mirror. Oh. Apparently I already have a shiny mirror. Weird that it makes me go into my inventory to do this. Something that has not really been done. Oh, maybe I gotta... Oh, I took a person out of my party. I need Throne and Temenos, apparently.
Ah. Wake up, Tansy. Night.
Yeah, at least they made the glow in your inventory there. That was helpful.
Up, Tansy.
Considering that they give no direction otherwise.
Sister Mint? Oh, I fell asleep.
No. We're not having Sister Mint. We're having Sister Jerky. And Mint Jerky. Okay?
Do not worry. You must have been quite tired.
Yes, you must have been quite tired. Wait, it's not evil at all.
I mean, goddess. I would do anything if it brought me closer to you. Your devotion is moving. You have gone far beyond my every expectation. And must be rewarded.
if I'm trying to help somebody and they're talking to me like, yes, you have succeeded in everything I wanted you to do, I'm gonna stop doing things for them. Like, just that's it.
Tansy.
I'm done. You know?
Huh? It's so dark. Where am I? What? My body?
Pathetic child, oblivious until the very end. But this is what you wanted, is it not? It's not as if you desired to see the dawn. The sacred flames have been snuffed out. Surrender yourself not unto silent dusk,
This one
for the
again.
light shall fade.
Shouldn't that be surrender
And
yourself
soon
unto
the
silent
world
dusk for the light
know
shall
The
fade?
joy of a dawn that never comes.
Like, isn't that the opposite of what
All
they're
who
wanting you to
stand
do
in
in
my
from the Book of
way
Night?
shall be cast aside.
It's so stupid.
I shall root out the travelers and bury that wretched mirror beneath the earth, that
Yes.
it may never
Find
enkindle
those
the flames
travelers.
again.
Gosh darn those people traveling. There's like 8 of those travelers, like an octo amount of them. True. It doesn't have to make sense. Oh. Oh, it's garbage. Cool. I'm so sorry, Ochet. I didn't mean to take you out of the party. I felt terrible as soon as I did, and I've been missing you ever since. Please don't hate me, Ochet. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's okay. We got Ochet back at the party now. Alright, so I guess we can go back to this place now that we know what we need to do. I didn't realize that I had the mirror. Maybe I got the mirror from the... what's her name? I didn't notice it. I wasn't really paying attention, I'm not gonna lie, because, like, ugh, you know? No BGG jerky. Sorry. Not allowed. Wait, is this the right place? Gotta go to Cracktown, where all the crackheads are. Ah, damn, I love this theme. This is so good. Just, oh my god. Yes. Boom. Oh, so good. The good thing about it being eternally night is I get the night buffs. Extra XP and JP from Life in Shadows.
Clean up the filth.
And
Meantime,
the buffs, the boofs. God, I still got that thing in my eye.
Darkness descend.
It's a little expensive, but
It's
debating getting rid of the half MP thing on Agnia because like it really like hasn't come into play very much. Although I wonder if it might, if I got rid of it, be a problem all of a sudden, you know? Sure would be nice if it told me what bonuses I was actually getting so I could make choices. It doesn't seem like I'm getting bonus XP, does it? Right? But I should be getting bonus XP from a number of sources. First, an XP accessory, an XP passive, and another XP passive that all are different passives. So there's extra experience. Okay. It says equipping multiple characters with this skill will have no added effect. Okay, fine. But then there's Life in Shadows, where it's bonus XP if it's nighttime. And then there's an accessory, the XP Augmenter, which says it receive additional XP. So all these things should be adding together, but it doesn't seem like they do. It seems like there's one XP thing that you can get bonus XP from. You know what? The best way to do it would be to test it. I don't know why I haven't already. But it only says that equipping multiples of that skill will have no added effect, not of other skills. So, I mean, according to the wording, it should work that way.
Magia speed.
Thank you. Shine bright. Right. Now.
Now then.
Stupid moose and squirrel.
Strike them down.
Cleaning time.
There. All right. Let me help. Here we go.
Stick it to him, Ochette.
My turn. All tidied up.
All right, let's test it. I want to test it. I want to see if these multiple XP things make a difference.
Come and get me.
This feels like a rare battle, so it's not a really good opportunity here, but I can write it down. Okay.
Shine bright.
Demon jellyfish jerky.
Cleaning time.
Darkness descend.
1, 2.
No.
Magia speed.
I owe you.
My turn. Go on then.
Oops. Oh, no, that's the right one.
Poor aim.
What to do?
There. Right. Go on then. Time to shine. Shine bright. I did it.
I need a play.
Magia
weak. I've gained valuable insight.
All right, 1575. We're gonna fight another battle before we change things up. Because that was kind of a rare formation. I never saw that before, so... I mean, the game stayed good. Just bad storytelling and writing. That's gotten kind of worse, honestly. What's up, Kim? Thank you for 77 months.
Let's play.
All right, Moose and Funkoid.
Cleaning time.
Right. Go on then.
Magia's finished.
Many thanks, Professor. What to do?
Strike them down.
Now then. The power of light. I did it! I wasn't expecting that.
1239. Okay. This is easy to do, because all we're going to do is remove the passives. And we will keep the accessory on. If I suddenly start getting like under 1,000 XP with 3 enemies, because it seems to be about 400 to 500 XP per enemy.
Let's
Oh, perfect.
play.
We'll know exactly what works.
Shine bright.
Cleaning time.
Eat this!
Here we go. Go on then.
No. Magia's finished.
I owe you.
My turn.
Let's go. All right. Ow.
885. Oh my god. That's horrible. Jeez. The XP gain in this game is just very, very, very low, and having all of these like crazy XP multipliers seems to barely do anything, yet it's like absolutely essential at the same time, you know? So all the different unique XP modifiers do stack, but it's like what? I guess with 3 enemies there, that's about like 300 per, yeah. So that means it's about, what, 20 to 30% per accessory extra per passive? I would say 25%. I bet each passive gives 25% extra XP. So you're getting almost double XP with all 3 of them equipped. Although there's another XP augmenter, you could stack them, since doesn't say that you can't stack them. I just imagine there's probably not more than one in the entire game. It's such a bummer that the XP gain is so slow in this game. Oh. Would that not be... If you cast this on yourself, and then you're starting to get 2 BP every turn, and then you use her buff extender, will that work? Doesn't work on divine skills. Well, never mind. So that's almost... It's almost pointless, actually. So here's the thing. For a divine skill, you need to fully charge it. That means you're using 4 BP. That means you're investing 4 BP into getting 1 extra BP for 3 turns. So you're netting 1 less BP The only way that this works is if you're able to pair it with Seal Cage's Seduction, where you extend the reach of a ally single. Never mind, doesn't work on divine skills. Oh, does not affect divine skills or skills that only affect the user. So you have no choice but to have a negative net of BP. Again, I guess. I mean, I suppose if your character was just like worthless, or they were a support character, that could be really useful to buff somebody else that is useful. Like, you know, the BP on Agni is not super useful, so you could throw that onto like Oswald or something to get more out of him, you know. But still, like,
Red.
Agni still has use for BP, especially with the buff extender. So I don't get it. It makes no sense.
Lightning crackles around you.
Lightning crapples around you.
Thinking. Magias.
Oswald, let's Warlord Spear! Shine bright! Sorry! I wasn't expecting that.
It's actually kind of funny. Whenever I see a character in the 60s of levels, I'm thinking, okay, pretty decent like high level, but like, you know, not quite like super high level. But anytime I see a character in the 70s, I'm like, damn, that's high level. Weird how that works. It's her.
Now what have we got here?
It's Miss Ori in her blind forest.
A sacred flame? Here of all places? Have I stumbled upon a scoop once again? Why, I believe I have. I'm glad that's done. There's no need to keep up this cloying facade. To wear the mask of a chipper, unflappable scrivener. No. Now I bring an end to this dark, wretched world. To liberate its people from their pain, their suffering, and their hatred. Just like I swore to you, brother. Together, we will usher in the night. I kept a close eye on the travelers, all while my allies and I worked behind the scenes.
Ah, yes, I'm talking out loud to myself in this
Until at
position for no
last,
reason.
I found the book I sought. The Dark Blood Grimoire. With it, I will
Once again, it's
smother
reading
the
like a
sacred
narration again.
They will never
Like
again
thoughts
break
that
the
she's
way for the
thinking.
dawn.
Maybe, I guess, she could possibly be
I
thinking that,
offer
but it's
this
just...
gift of blood. May the flames turn cold and dark. Mortals. Gods. Who was it that drew the line between them? The blessed? The accursed? Us? Them? Articio. Would that we had never met. I'm sorry, brother.
Well, she sacrificed herself for nothing because I just went and, you know, turned that light back on real fast like. Oh, hey, there's like a flamey on the map now. That's cool. Oh, yeah, it is more darky over here. Okay, it wasn't just like an effect on the map. It's like more shadowy in the area where you need to go to. I thought I was seeing something, but it actually is more shadowy in the spot that you need to go to. I thought it was just an effect on the map. Tranquil Grotto. We're going to the Pigeon Town. Kurr, kurr. Jerkbert. I mean, there was definitely a big jerk in charge.
Time to clean up the filth.
Remember how we talked about how, like, silence can definitely be used for, like, an impact, you know, to build tension? And how it's been going on for so long?
Study hard.
Like, the reason it's bad in this game is because it's been going on for so long that it's just awkward now. Yeah. Feeling that awkward. How about you? Thanks, nerd. Later. Now defend yourself against the shadow monsters that are soon to swarm, you idiot.
The hunt is on.
Red.
Darkness descend.
The winds of favor blowing. My cup.
What's up, Gildrag? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you bringing your friends over. How's it going? Hello. No, I don't want it. Well, yeah, I probably should still do that. Just to give them feedback. Welcome to Octopath Traveler II. How are you doing? Incoming raid. For those of you coming in, if you haven't been here before, I'm BGG. Been streaming for about 10 years almost. And I pretty much enjoy any kind of game you can imagine. Tend to focus on RPGs and retro, but we do all sorts of stuff over here. So, what were we up to today?
Out of my way.
Out of my way. I have broody things to do. I'm brooding over here. Just let me brood in peace. If you have a partner that you brood with, would that be your brood bro? But by a more literal definition, if you're of the same brood, then you're already bros. So would that be redundant? Oh, nice! Yeah. We actually just replayed a lot of the Metal Gear Solid games, all the way up to 4. We've never played 5, but just last year we went through the entire series, minus, of course, 5.
Need a plan.
We would like to play all of them. Nice. Very cool. David Hayter is a legend. Yeah, we actually Metal Gear Solid 5 is one of the games that I'm looking forward to potentially playing this year. So our major project this year is to get through the Legend of Heroes series, because as an RPG fan, it's odd that I never played through them. And we kind of want to weave them in between different games. The current game that we have going on is Expedition 33, which is phenomenal. And then we'll be playing Trails of Zero, Azure, one of those next. And like Sunday, Monday, we do a different thing. It's called Viewer Choice. These are viewer voted games that we do on Sunday, Monday. So this is our current viewer voted game. So that's what we got going on is essentially those things. But I often thought about weaving in Metal Gear Solid 5 as one of the filler games between the Legend of Heroes stuff we're doing. Personally, my take was that I thought 4 was the best of them all. I really enjoyed 4. Metal Gear Solid, that is. So if you plan on stopping at 3, feel like you might miss out. But hey, you do you. Whatever works out. Appreciate the raid though. Thank you for bringing everybody over. Chop chop.
Cleaning time.
There! Now then. I wasn't expecting that.
The hunt is on.
It's my turn now.
Yeah, I really want to play 5 though. Oh, this is the dead end. Uh-oh. Hmm?
The hunt is on.
Honestly, I'm not sure if I can even capture these enemies. Is it this way? I feel like I came from this way. I did not. That's gotta be the dancer and then the warrior? Shiny!
It was hope that drove me to live, to survive.
Some kind of what?
Drove me away from death's clutches, to guide others along the same path. But hope
is from Final Fantasy 13, and that was a mistake.
There is nothing worth living for. Nothing in this cruel, unsightly world. There is no dawn worth waiting for.
Yeah, you can use other dish soaps. You really don't need Dawn.
What would you give to see the morrow, Lord Ageha?
What? Kazan was part of everything, too.
Why did you betray us? You lifted up Lord Mugen to the throne, then you tore him down from it.
An eagle must hide his talons. It was the only way to catch my true quarry. The Dark Blood Blade.
I told you the goddamn sword was missing.
Treasure of Clan Ku.
And fucking, they don't even talk about it. Hikari just doesn't even say anything about where the sword is missing or anything. Just come on.
In my way. So I cut him down with Hikari's sword.
Thank you, Play Nastic, for the 123 bits. Which is funny because I sought him out. He didn't seek me out.
What are you?
Which is total bullshit. Like that's not what happened. I sought him out.
My intentions from
oh, he just predicted that I would come and find him. I'm so sure. Literally across the entire world. Yeah, right? Come on. Thank you, Donate, for 40 months. Damn.
I did to prevent the tide of darkness that waits on the morrow from reaching us.
It could make more sense if he came to me and said, I want to help you.
This blade
then it would be motive. That would make sense.
The power to quench the flames. However,
oh, he just predicted that Hikari would go literally across the world and randomly stumble upon the arena where he was stationed up, betting on fights. He wasn't like doing anything to draw Hikari there at all. You know? He had a life there. He was just there. That's the problem.
The accursed blood of Darkest. If not for its taint, we may have seen a desert free from the stain of crimson. And now, I end this. Hikari. Goodbye, old friend. This world's end calls to me. Soon.
That could just be seen like as generic, you know, extinguish light and bring darkness kind of thing.
Bloodshed.
But yeah.
For oblivion shall bring peace.
How come he didn't have to stab himself to turn the light off? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, last one is here. I guess you could argue that he killed the general as an offering of blood, but what about the other one where nobody died? I guess she just kind of exploded into flame, I suppose. Randomly. I don't know how that one works. Chick was like, I love you, and she was like, doki doki, kaboom, and exploded, and just shadowy death. Apparently that's how love works. Let's change our party back for now as we go through the dungeon. You look like somebody you haven't stolen from. That's pretty good. That actually might be an upgrade somewhere. Oh, nope, it can't be because she needs all of these specific weapons. Because it actually is a like an actual plot consisting of like the world, you know, it's not just some random side story with no meaning.
Here I come.
My turn.
The kind of interesting thing is that Ochet's is the only dungeon where you actually see the place as part of the beginning of the game that you go back to. Like the only part where it's like a full circle situation, you know? There's a pretty decent list of most of the games I've played.
Here we go.
But not all of the games I've played. That's probably about, I don't know, 80% of the games I've streamed, but not all of the games that I've played. I suppose it's not a bad idea to just kind of go through and like list games that I played that are not on that on that list and just kind of sort them. But that's like 80% of what I've streamed. I don't and the games are on the tabs below. The games that I've done reviews for, those are the games in question. The games that you see up front on that list are games that there's a legend that'll tell you which ones I haven't played from that list. But there's multiple tabs on the bottom that you're gonna want to go through. Oh, overwhelming danger. Sure. This is the only one to have a boss.
You're the prey.
My turn.
Grotesque monster. Is this Owl 2 Electric Boogaloo? I'm just gonna... Let's do SP regen as a start.
Let's go. Ready?
Now then.
Knowledge is power. Thinking time. Nota salvare.
My turn.
I haven't found what element they're weak to yet. So I'll just give this debuff to him.
It's my turn. The song of hope. My prey away.
Oh, I can't extend the immortality buff. Okay. Good to know, but I know I can extend the SP regeneration, so there's that.
Here's how I got it. Sorry.
Ready?
I guess I could do dance immunity. I could probably keep that buffed up if I did the BP push on Agnia.
But I won't hold back.
Hang in there.
Thank you. Now then.
I don't know where I got speed up from, but apparently I have speed up as well, so that's good.
The winds of favor blow.
I mean, they're pretty obviously weak to light, but I'm wondering if Big Boy is weak to something else.
Come on then.
Now then.
Magias.
Very effective.
I'm weak against light. Interesting. Well, the Big Boy is, but yeah.
My turn.
Which means there's one of the three elements that they are in fact weak to. I'm just gonna go out on limb and say fire.
Fire burns within you.
Let me help.
Thanks.
My prey away. Warlord Spear!
I need a plan.
Not fire.
Magias speed.
Can't thank you enough, Oswald. Alright. The Song of Hope.
I need a plan. Magias speed.
Thanks. My turn.
I guess it could be another weapon, right?
There.
isn't over yet.
It could be a weapon because I missed it on the little guys, right? So there's that.
The Song of Hope.
Ready?
I think at this point we just we're prepping, right?
Thinking time.
It's like we want to break here. I mean, I suppose I could. Oh, you know what I should do is Alphine's wisdom here.
Impart your wisdom, Halifax.
Do I break or go for the debuffing? I'm gonna go for the debuffing. Oh, it breaks anyway. Okay, well.
In pursuit of knowledge.
I guess we'll go with whatever we got here. It's not gonna be 100,000, but it might be like 80.
This is the answer.
Almost 90.
What to do?
Sorry, but I won't hold back.
I think it's safe to just let's do this.
Aber, Prince of Peace.
46k on a single hit.
What I want.
Not unhappy with that. Oh, hey, there's the black bow that somebody mentioned. I think that somebody mentioned it. I think so, anyway. Some chance to instantly kill. It's not even good. What a shame. The Scarlet Moon waxes something about the first flame, and her last great wish shall be fulfilled.
This world is not but hunters and their prey.
Yes, when you live in a tiny little island in an echo chamber, you might think that. Thank you, Play Nice for the 321 bits. It's the evil goose of doom.
The Dark Hunter sets forth once again, and my aim will not falter.
Ah, shit, my aim faltered.
Under the gaze of the Scarlet Moon, I shall fulfill the Great Wish.
Who? Who?
You must be quivering with joy, for your time has come at last. 10 years ago, I scooped you up, let you live. It was all for this moment. The darkness in our hearts is fed by anger, hatred, resentment, and jealousy. Our basest instincts. As that darkness grows deeper, so too does the shadow grow powerful.
Wow, an ultimate evil that's a shadow thingy that grows on the dark feelings of human. I've never seen that in a villain before, ever. Probably only at least 50 times.
The darkness within you to become black as night. So that maddening flame could be smothered forevermore. With my lifeblood, I shall call down the night. Now then. Make of my flesh an offering, and banish all that stands to oppose us. Give meaning to your miserable life.
I mean, just play SMT, I guess. What's weird is the flames didn't go out until very recently, but they're treating it like the flames went out a while ago. But that's not what happened. We watched them go out, so... I still got the... I think my eyeball might have been scratched or something, but I definitely got something in my eyeball here. It's been really annoying. The light of sacred flame indicated the northwest direction. Oh, I see. There's like a light coming off of it. Oh, that's cool. Neato. Well, that's pretty swell, ain't it? Okay, let's go to the Harbor Lands then, since not only is that the closest, but it's an actual town, which means there won't be any monsters. And then we'll be able to hit up an inn. Pretty certain. I'm moving, aren't I? If I were Black Mage, I wouldn't be able to move. Like, literally, I would have to be carried from one spot to another. Really? It kind of defeats the purpose of the ley lines. You know, what you should be able to do is just place them off of GCD wherever you go so that you can place them again. With like a 15-second cooldown or something, you know?
Time to clean up the filth.
Make it a mechanic that you have to work around instead of it just being like, nah, it follows you. Why even have it follow you? Just make it a buff at that point, you know? Oh, this wasn't here before. Vaginia, sorry.
That's cool.
We know where we are, Tanos.
Thank you, playing Isaac with 123 bids.
Vidania.
Vidania?
The Isle of Illusions. A legend passed down by the Order of the Sacred Flame. To think it actually exists.
Illusions, eh? So that means we've dropped plumb off the map.
The legend says it was sealed on the ocean floor by the power of the sacred flames.
The sacred flames?
Then why is it here? The flames are burning bright, aren't they?
Yes, but there was a moment before we reignited them that their light was snuffed out.
And that was enough to break the seal?
This is what they were after. Those who would deny the dawn.
To world's end. Is that where you are, Kazan? Is that where you plan to call down the night?
But the night has already been called down. It is here. What is upon us? But war is upon us. Oh, but what about the nightist? If it's not the nightiest, then it still could be nightier. We've had night, yes, but what about second night?
It's here. I smell a quarry unlike any other.
Smells strong, because scent truly can determine someone's power, I guess.
So, the flames burn once more. Alas, too late. The night fast approaches. And now it shall have the blood it was promised. For we are the night.
Isn't that like a line from like a 80s teen movie or something like that? We are the night. You know, a bunch of like troublemakers or something like that. Yeah, we are the night. Sounds like something from Grease or something.
Doubtless, your journey.
I am
is
Batman.
a trying one.
I am the night.
You deserve.
You were merely adopted the night. I was born in it, molded by it.
You came here seeking the dawn, yes? I must ask, why?
That's actually what we're here to ask
The road
you.
you took here is soaked in the blood of those who opposed you. Was it worth it? I suppose it matters not.
Says the one that made it necessary
no
to soak the trail in blood to get here to stop you from making more death and destruction. What an idiot.
Only that which we believe in. Can you tell me, without a shade of a doubt, that the dawn is worth all you have endured?
Dumb. You are dumb.
It is. No question about it.
Because the sun is warm, and that's how you get jerky.
What's wrong? You look like someone just ate your lunch.
Your journey will soon reach its end. And then, where will you go? No matter how far you travel, you will never escape. Because no matter where you go, there you will be. Humankind is cursed to live in darkness. Everywhere they squabble over some matter or the other, forever. This world is cruel, unsightly.
Then leave it. You won't be missed.
So
leave us alone, though.
It must end.
I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light.
He's gonna try to fill our dark soul with darkness or whatever. Thank you, Playing Isaac, for the 666 bits. Oh, I see what he did here.
Water and water and water.
Yes, put it out.
Water and water and water, water, water and water and water, water, water and water and water, water, and water and water, water, water and water and water.
Just put some, pour this flame out with some water. Thank you again, Playing Isaac, for the 800 bits.
Foolish mortals.
Foolish mortals, you have. What's the other?
Be mine.
word that everybody uses. Where it's like foolish mortals, or
I'll keep everyone
when
safe.
someone's like an intruder, what do they
That's
always
a hunter
say?
does.
Not trespass, but like there's another word that it's always used every time. Interlopers, that's the one. They gotta call us foolish mortals and interlopers, and then we're good. Then we got our RPG-ness.
Where are
I'm right here. Hello.
Nothing exists here. The empty.
Aren't you V-Day, like the essence of emptiness and nothingness and shadow and darkness? And you're like, where is the emptiness at? I don't get it. There's so much darkness. I don't know, but why?
Darkness.
Isn't darkness sort of emptiness? Stop.
Soothing.
I can take any line from this game and just tear it down so easily. If I did that, I would never finish the game. Oh, hello. Oh, eerie tentacles. Pointless, I think, to do any of his buffs. Actually, it might be good with diffusion.
Magius. Very effective.
What? Weak against
It's my
light?
turn
I
now.
never would have expected that.
This is what it means to be a star. This should help.
Cleaning time.
Rain, fall.
Let's go. Ready, set, go!
Okay.
Sorry.
What the fuck?
I need a player.
That just screwed up everything.
Use this.
The show must go on.
Cleaning time.
I have to rebuff everything. Everything. I basically have to start over again.
Rain, fall.
Also, Agni is not going to have her...
Ready, set,
Agni is not going to have her... God damn it, that's loud. Her special to give me offense, defense on everybody.
Cleaning time.
So I'm going to have to use a Lychee on her.
Hang in there.
And it's not enough to fill it. Fucking awesome. God damn, that's amazing. We'll just keep the buffs going for now.
Thinking time. Use this.
feeling my balloon. Here we go. Wahoo!
Use this.
Can't thank you enough, Oswald. Right.
It bothers me that despite having a lot of defenses up,
I can't die yet.
that I'm just getting shot in a single turn.
This is what it means to be a star.
I cannot keep anybody alive. I feel like I need to restart the entire fight. Because I just got unlucky with the damage that I took. And I'm playing infinite catch-up now.
Together now! This should help.
What to do? Hang in there.
Not dead yet.
Here we go! Ready, set, go!
I didn't expect it to be anything. Okay. That just wipes out my buffs anyway. So we got Wave of Ice on this boss anyway, so what's the fucking point? Well, this feels nice and balanced. I don't really know if Master of Offense is going to be worth it, but you know, considering that the most damage I've been able to squeak at is about a 50k on a single hit, it's possible that like the crit would allow you to hit the 99,999 point, you know? I might need Fruits of Labor, actually. In fact, I might need to... I got a lot of BP. I could probably master everything, right? So... It's every support skill learned, right? Every job skill learned. So that's a job skill. That would be part of it, but that's 5,000 per. That would go really, really fast. So I should do those last. Pretty sure that's just about everything. Oh, shit, I had another job where she didn't have anything. Damn. I can still get 1 JP shy of getting another one. Alright, so now let's go back through our equipment. He had like a... He had that. Alright, I think that's pretty good. But now we want to equip the reason we did all that was because oh man. We wanted to get the Fruits of Labor passive for that about 100 defense. Oh, she doesn't have BP regeneration. Probably better than that, honestly, just because BP is, like, everything. Kind of sucks to have to take away so much of your offensive ability to do it, despite having deal more damage, because it's like, you're making this less valuable, you know? I suppose I could get rid of Ensnare, but I feel like Ensnare is, especially now, pretty essential. I guess I could take it off of one person in order to, like, maximize my damage dealer. Okay. Other than that, I feel like having the Holy Amulet would be really helpful here, because the little ad was doing that bullshit, but I feel like I need to take advantage of the early buff period and not get screwed over by getting shot by somebody. So, like, what needs to happen is I need to get those first turn buffs out, and then I need to not get screwed over and have somebody die, so I'm just sitting there constantly trying to recover. I almost feel like if that happens, I pretty much just have to wipe it and start again until somebody doesn't die on those turns. So that... I can get settled into the buffing, right? Once I have those buffings going out, then I can start tearing down the shield, and then I won't have to worry about the debuffing, the removal of my buffs.
Trap.
Alright. Together now! This should help. My prey awaits. Ready, set, go!
What to do?
Rain, fall.
Thinking time.
Kind of feel like I need to find, with him, I need to find like where the weakness is, the elemental weakness, so I can get the other buff.
Fire.
Fire makes sense because fire also brings light, but oh, they have that shadow flame. Maybe lightning will be it.
Here's how it cuts aside. It's my turn now. The Song of Hope.
Oswald. Hang in there.
The tide is turning. Strike them down. Found a weakness.
It's my turn now. Let me help.
Thank you, Agnia.
I need a play.
Feel my wrath. Impart your wisdom, Halifax.
What to do?
But I will hold back.
Could do it, Neighbor's Reckoning, but I wonder if that's like the bad idea. Oh, I need to do this actually.
Lightning crackles around you.
Come on, just fucking bullshit.
Here, the show must go on.
Agnia. Hang in there.
My audience awaits.
Thinking time.
This is the answer.
My prey awaits. Here's how it cuts to bring the fit.
Oswald.
Watch me. Aber, Prince of
Prepare yourself. What to
I
do?
did something, I guess.
Hang in there.
Okay, so I'll have one more Aber's Reckoning charge after this that I can use for Marnie, but this is just to break the tentacle.
My prey awaits. I'm starving!
Oh, she got her BP back. Fuck yeah.
What is this? The Song of Hope.
In pursuit of knowledge. This is the answer.
My turn.
Sorry, but I will hope back. Aver, Prince of
Alright. Let me
Pride is turn.
Here. Here's how a hunter does it.
All shall be mine. Shit and the others are trapped in darkness. Defeat Vita.
I'm just getting warmed up.
They don't even have gear on hardly.
Yeehaw! Let's do it. This one's on me. Huh?
Tishio. I fight for my friends. Shinju Monjikiri!
What to do, what to do.
These hands. Prepare yourself. Ah, there. The monk sleep comes.
It's almost dead too.
Repent!
Elfin, unleash your fury. Very good. Damn.
Here I come. Here.
Hi, Temenos.
Yeehaw!
Can't revive with that.
Coming right
A
up.
new beginning.
My turn.
You know, they could have at least kind of suggested that all 8 of us needed to come together. So it made it like feel like you needed to use all 8, you know, something just to hint at it, so you don't get into the battle and then die and then have to do it all over again.
Use this
Stellar work, Cassie. Tubal, repent, atone for your sins. Say your prayer. Elfric, unleash your fury.
Damn! Here I come. I fight for my friends. Keep my friends safe. Sword in center. Right.
Oh, good. That's feeling pretty GG. I mean, there's 2 turns before I get to go again. Even if I were to fully restore myself.
Yeehaw! Let's do it! How about you and I make a deal? Uh-oh.
Did I just win by negotiating a schedule?
How about you and I make
Or did I just give myself a chance, rather, by negotiating a schedule?
coming right up?
I owe you. Oh,
Oh, fuck, he doesn't have the BP to res. If I could just sit here and steal turns forever because of negotiate schedule, that's gonna be amazing.
Bring it on.
Can't negotiate. Ah, man.
How about you and I make a deal?
oh dear. Repent. By the grace of the flame.
Apologize, Temenos.
Bring it on.
It gets more and more expensive.
How about you and I make a deal? Yeehaw!
He just gets infinity turns this way.
I'm investing in you.
Many thanks.
God damn it.
Shucks.
That was probably one of my best chances of actually winning. It's probably over.
Coming right up.
Never doubted for a second.
Here.
Many thanks.
The hands are just gonna kill me, right?
Friends, I failed.
Got it.
They're at yellow at worst. This feels like the team that needs to be the strongest, and yet...
Elfric, unleash your fury. Damn. How could I
This is dumb. The fact that they force you to use your sub team there, that's like, this feels, I don't know. This feels really bad is what it feels like. It feels frustrating. It feels stupid. All these characters that are like half my level or worse. 34, 30, 37, 31, and these are all like level 70 enemies, level 60, 70 enemies. It's like, sure, I could put 2 on each team and then I ruin my whole build, so both teams are just gonna suck instead. And I have never felt so demotivated to play and finish a game than I have probably right now. And honestly, it almost even feels like we already beat it when we did the main stories, and this is just some like post-game story kind of thing that you can do for extra content. And it just feels frustrating to force you to use a bunch of bullshit characters you don't give a shit about. Yeah, they should have made it so that everybody got XP and JP all the time. But they didn't, because good game design, what even is that? If everybody got XP, then I could see, oh yeah, you know, sure, I can do this because I can just set up some stuff. But they didn't. It's actually horribly demotivating. I'm not gonna get enough to get Aver's Reckoning. I just want the speed. Their gear is actually kind of fine, to be honest. What did I want on him? I wanted all those SP bonus. By the way, I have another plan on how to handle this. And that is I don't almost burn the enemy down. Like when I did my damage phase, I kind of just did as much as I could without worrying about like what I did with other bosses where I took them all the way down to basically 1 HP. That's what I need to do. I need to make sure that when I burn hard. I burn hard. And that way when my team comes in, I can just bop and be done. But who knows, there might be another phase. Ugh. At least I know it's lightning.
Time to shine! Together now! This should help.
My turn. Rain, fall.
Well, Chet doesn't have the reduction to her physical attack and magic anymore. So when I do Provoking Beast, I only need to do Gator once. I guess I could try to do the Kate. But that buff only lasts for 1 turn, so... I got a debuff, which still only lasts for 1 turn, but you know, whatever. I know the main guy has lightning vulnerability.
Pierce them. Rings of
So I want to see what the other one had.
Now then. The Song of Hope.
Now then. Pierce them. Rings of frost.
Ready?
Snow blankets. My prey awaits. Here's how to punch it.
Oswald.
You're too kind. All right. Let me out.
That magic up actually does pretty damn good work for her healing output. Weirdly, I think this is actually going to be more damage on the thing. 10,000.
Let's go. Here's how to punch it.
Oh, why do I have Icy Pursuit? Shit. I didn't actually... Whatever.
No.
You know, it's fine.
Feel my wrath. Impart your wisdom, Halifax.
All right. The Song of Hope.
What to do?
Lightning crackles around you.
Here we go.
stagger in time.
Where did I go wrong?
Now then.
I feel like I just need to reset the whole fight. I also realize that dealing with the ads is pointless, because he's just going to summon more. It's over. I should just reset.
My turn.
Here we go. Now then.
Ready?
There.
I made a mistake with the buff that I applied, and then Oswald died, and all that buildup is gone. I'm not going to be able to get the setup that I need to do what I need to do, so it's just over at that point.
Here we go. Ready, set, go. Now then. Together now. This should help.
Cleaning time.
I'm actually going to do Conjure Lightning first, because that's going to let me start breaking that shield down sooner, and then I'll do the SP buff after that. Because he doesn't really buff anything, and I'm pretty sure he's weak to staff, so I can just
found a weakness.
Start doing that right now.
Ready?
Perfect. She goes next. I get the Dance of Rain out before I extend the buffs out.
Bring light to my lair. You must die.
Actually makes sense lore-wise as well, playing Asik. Thank you for the 499 bits.
The song of hope.
Alright, we just hope to not get screwed on target here.
Right.
I think it's actually best to do a healing grape and then
Cleaning time.
It's my turn now. Let me
Thinking time.
right. Let's just finish this. All right.
I don't have debuffing on him. I don't have debuffs on him. That's a wasted stagger. I guess I could just make do with what I have, but he's just gonna summon a bunch of hands after that, and it's gonna be real struggle after that. Fucking hell. I should have not healed with the Chet. I should have put those debuffs up. And I can't get debuffs up. There's nothing I can do until the Chet goes. You know what I can do, actually? That's what I can do.
Here we go. Time starving!
You know what? I don't even want to. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do that. Still not going to be a full stagger turn, like damage turn though.
Feel my wrath. Let me show you what I've learned.
Maybe. Do I have Alphine's wisdom? I don't have Alphine's wisdom. Son of a bitch.
Calculations complete.
We wipe the stagger. We just don't do anything.
Time.
It's a whoopsie.
Hang in there.
Go back for another stagger and hope we don't get debuffed.
What to do?
Now then.
Okay. I can actually do something here. I can use one of my charges to get the ads possibly down and stagger, because I'll stagger sooner because I'll get 3 charges. That'll stagger the tentacles. Okay, let's do this. That'll stagger the tentacles. Get them very low. And at this point, maybe it's best to do something like this. Just to get the tentacles down, and then I'll stagger the boss with the lightning charge.
Warlord Spear! Time to finish this.
Then I'll let Agnia extend buffs.
The Song of Hope.
And I'll use Throne's extra turn to give Oswald his BP back.
Hang in there.
Not dead yet.
Mike.
But I will hope back. Aber, Prince of Thieves. Heavy-footed, aren't you?
It isn't. Let me out.
Let me show you what I've learned.
This could just kill.
This is the answer.
Okay, not quite as much as I expected.
Let's go. Here's how a punch does it.
Okay, I think we're good. We're gonna get the transition.
Prepared. I fight for my friends.
We did what I wanted to do. I probably could have just booped him. But of course it's not over, right? There's gotta be more than one form. Okay. I really like what's going on here. But at the same time, all 8 travelers are joined in this battle. You can switch between parties with ZR during the fight. So I can choose. Oh man, that's actually really cool. Can you imagine if a lot more of the game was like this part? Like, that's so rad. Oh my god, it makes me very, very hype. But like, at the same time, half the party's worthless because they don't get XP and JP. Why? Man, you had it right there and you just let it fall through your hands. Damn, what a shame. What a shame. Yeah, I noticed the music change. Yeah, it's got extra layering. Also, you should let anybody be any class regardless. If you want to have 18 War Masters, you should be able to do that. You know? Yeah, the tempo increased. Man, what an absolute shame. Alright, in this one we have to kill the ads. I should heal first.
Use this.
Oh, all 8. Okay.
Even the dawn will be mine.
All my buffs are gone, so we gotta restart even though our stats remain the same. So we keep our HP and MP as they were, but then we lose all of our buffs. Just trying to think about what I want to do here. I don't know what elemental stuff is going to happen, so probably rain, Prayer of Rain. Okay, I think I know what I need to do.
Rain, fall. They're all waiting for me. Ready, set, go!
That means the boss is probably weak against Dagger.
Always hope. This is what it means to be a star. This should help. My prey awaits.
Oh, wow. I Are you telling me there's no better AoE party heal than just the grape? That's it? There's no way. There's gotta be something better. Massive damage to all foes. I don't know what that looks like. Ooh. Forbidden elixir. Oh, must drink forbidden elixir. I have to take the chance that the Great Bunch will be enough to keep Agnia alive. I have no other choice.
The tide is turning.
Oswald. Watch me. Hang in there. What to do? Hang in there. Roll.
Magia Envy.
I owe you one. Now then. The Song of Hope. It isn't over yet. Let me help.
Sorry about that.
What to do?
I feel like it doesn't matter what I put up here, it's just gonna be not useful. But at the same time, I feel like I need to put up something, but I could also do like...
Fight a god if I must!
Aber's Reckoning, you know, and just get damage out. But I also feel like if I'm gonna do something like that, it should be to break shields. Maybe I should go after this claw and try to find the weakness and just go at it. I could just do one of these just for a buff, just to have something.
Fire burns within me.
Is the final answer. Magia Envy.
I'm hoping to get my baby back. Thank you. That's what I needed to have happen, honestly.
Warlord Spear! Alright. The Song of Hope!
Ready?
I like how their BP is going up too. It really encourages you to swap party, but then the game completely discourages you from wanting to swap party by not letting XP be shared across sit-out characters. It's such a kick in the dick, you know? Can't do Abers. I was gonna do Abers. I can't do Abers. I guess I could do that. And then let's do a small one because I don't really
I'll
care.
take this. What? Fight a god if I must! Aber, Prince of Thieves!
No.
Does that mean if I do this, I have a chance of killing that arm? Not fully buffed or debuffed, but...
This is the answer.
Let's go! Hunter's bow!
Well, that's devastating.
Did I go wrong?
Wait,
My friends, our final battle is at hand. Here.
Daddy?
Predictable.
Oh dear.
Like the
Histories
fact,
have come to life.
the fact that he reversed all my buffs, and then got all his turns right after that. There was no surviving that. It was just done.
Say your prayers. Atone for your. Now die.
Here I go.
These hands!
Poison slash.
You take that, that, and that. I'm invested in you.
Sorry about that.
You got it.
Time to shine.
I got nothing to protect myself against this. No AoE buffs. No, like, big heals. No big damage. Nothing. I got not even a fresh battle. I got less than fresh battle here. So it's going to be a lot of build up and hope that I can take out that damn claw. If I can, at least maybe I might have a chance of winning this. I feel like if there's like some kind of mass BP thing I can get. But I don't think there is. It's single target BP give only. I guess I have one true magic. You know what? I think there's my thing I gotta focus on. So Peacock Strut to Oswald.
Peacock Strut.
That'll get things rolling.
It's the final answer. This is the answer.
And I got my BP back. Good.
Heavy-footed, aren't you?
Let's go. Lionheart Axe.
within my calculations.
We cannot stay on them.
Time to shine.
I can still fight.
We have to go on this team because they can't do any actions at this point. So we just use
Here.
some grapes or something.
My turn.
Find out what their weaknesses are while we have this team. I'm willing to bet dagger is one of the weaknesses. I guess I could try that. Let me just think here.
I extend a helping hand. I have a talent for making do. I extend. A pinch of this.
I'm just getting warmed up.
Hey, do you mind if I go when you go instead? Is that cool?
You and I make a deal?
Thanks.
To work.
Really want to burn that really badly. really badly. All right, I want to see if they're actually weak. Oh, you know what? I can change back.
Let's go.
Oh, pointless. Right.
To work.
Oh, prayer plenty with dancer. Would be really good if that actually worked to give them better HP, but let's test if dagger was right. I was right. Okay.
Where was I?
What to do?
It's actually really good because HP thief will be 2 guaranteed. And then with the element,
Time to shine.
Here I come.
oh, that's Ikari. Okay. I was gonna negotiate schedule again, but I guess I can't. Just trying to think here. I feel like I just need to heal, top everybody off.
Let me help.
I owe
Thinking time.
Calculations complete.
You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna do that next turn. The reason I'm gonna do it next turn is because I need to find his elemental weaknesses.
Indulge me for a moment.
I didn't see ice, so does that mean?
Nothing personal. Right. Ready, set, go! It's my turn now. This is what it means to be a star. This should help.
Ready?
You know, it might be air. It might be air. Oh, what?
You're too kind.
Now then.
this turn. Needs to happen. Unfortunately, I get a Song of Hope.
Song of Hope. My prey awaits.
And then I'm gonna use a Windstone on her.
Nothing personal. Sorry.
There it is. Which means now I know what I need to do to, See, this is an interesting situation. I feel like what I should do is use a One True Magic and break him, but it'd be a bad break. It wouldn't be super great. I need to go another round, but I risk him inverting all my buffs again or doing something drastic. So I'm not sure what I should do here. Also, I need to heal a little bit, and so that's worrying as well. I could just buy myself time. But then I risk like some kind of like if I break him, does he rest his arms? That could be a thing, you know? I think I gotta just wait for my opportunity.
Use this.
I owe you one.
My turn.
Oh, you know, I can, yeah.
Healing time.
So this is where I break, isn't it? I think I have to, even though my BP isn't really optimal here. I think I use it to BP up and then... Yeah. I use this opportunity to BP up, heal, whatever I need to do. So like... The biggest thing is I need to get Oswald's BP back up.
Here you go.
Thank you.
And that way...
Calculations complete.
Oh, we don't have the debuffs yet. I mean, I could do like a minimum one. I could do this. That way it doesn't matter if I get my BP back up. How many Alphane's Wisdoms do I have? 5. I still have all 3, so yeah. I could do this. This will be like a good 60k damage.
Here's the answer.
Or apparently 30k damage.
I need a plan. In pursuit of knowledge. This is the answer.
Okay, there's the big one.
Flight as swift as a snake.
Oh dear.
Vapor, Prince of Thieves.
My turn.
I just noticed that I did not move the bar to yellow.
Hang in there.
It's my turn now. Let me out.
There's the yellow.
Here's how I touch it.
Called it. I fucking called that the arms are gonna get rezzed. Now we can't revive?
Let me out.
I am in your debt.
Right.
Okay. Alright. Okay. What I need to do here is I need to make sure that I give SP back to Oswald.
Thank you.
He's gonna be my best source of break for the arms.
Wind whirls about you.
I need a flare.
Feel my wrath. This is the answer.
Now then. This is the answer.
There's one break. I have to continue the buffs. I have to Song of Hope here. I do know that the one on the right is weak to a lot of weapons, though. Sword was among them, so I could just sword it and it'll break. And that's just to get rid of its turn, you know. Okay, how do I want to manage this? I really need to restore SP on everybody. I don't have that SP regen like I used to. Oh, I can't use the Almighty Olive. Okay. That's just HP and Res anyway, so that's not what I need. I have to heal here, don't I?
Here, thanks, Richard.
Not bad.
Come on! That was such a bullshit turn.
Very well. I won't back down. Be healed. I owe you.
Yeehaw! Here we go.
Here goes.
You know what? They have wind buff too. They could break. Crossroads, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. We're in quite a pickle here. Quite a big thing happening. So forgive me if I'm not super into it or like responsive, I guess you could say. But I'm yeah, pickle jerky. Yeah, sure. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for bringing everybody over. Welcome to Octopath Traveler 2. Probably the final boss, I would imagine. Thank you. Hope you had fun in your stream, and I appreciate you bringing everybody over. Thank you, and hope you're having a good one. Okay, I can do this. I can break the boss.
Now
and that
it
might give me an
begins.
opportunity to just win.
Keep my
Want
friend
the
safe.
speed.
I'll end this. Hienka! Time to strike.
One.
Here I come.
Not bad, actually. With the Wind Pursuit, the 9999 was actually 10,000.
What to do?
to do.
Let's go! That's my cool.
Yes! Yes! Fucking Ochette, yeah! Oh! Ochette, my MVP. Ochette just ate V-Day. Oh.
Why do you spurn its embrace? Travelers. The light.
That was such a well done fight overall. If only they shared XP and JP so you actually cared about your full team. Oh my god, that could have been so good. But I'm like, I'm shaking the whole time. That was an intense fight. It was really solid. Such a...
For a dawn.
I mean, we still did it, right?
Bereft of light.
We still did it. Shouldn't complain too much.
Mark well.
I'll take it easy, Azure.
Travelers. Do not forget. I am eternal.
Eternal Darkness. Now on the GameCube. I remember doing a lot of the like super bosses in Octopath Traveler 1 and just being like, it just felt so cheaty and like it took away everything that you built up and just said, no, you're not allowed. And it just kind of felt super mean and like against the design of the game, you know? This felt like it, at the very least, it encouraged your what you learned and everything. But yeah.
And now I'm dying for some breakfast.
To have everything come full circle and have Ochette delivering the killing blow, man, that was awesome. Nihilistic jerky. Epilogue unlocked. The beginning of the epilogue marks the end of your journey. Once you are done roaming and ready to see what lies at the end of the final path, proceed to the indicated destination. What? Epilogue as in like, hey, if you want to go get your credits, there's where they are, I'm guessing? I don't know what that means. We'll figure it out, I guess. Oh, that sucks. Oh, right there. Epilogue. I mean, an epilogue does kind of mean like, hey, we're wrapping things up. Here's the end of your story, right? I would imagine an epilogue means go get your credits, which is, by the way, that's just like especially like genital kicking nonsense. Like the stories are so disjointed and broken that there's no clear ending to the game. You have to go and seek your credit scene. I don't really think I need to say anything more, you know? What's so special about this little campsite anyway? Yeah, I suppose you're right. It did feel like the game had no credits. You know what I mean? There was no like feeling that you had ended the game. The whole altar thing and all this other stuff just feels so like hand wavy. Like it does, yeah, just make this and that's why the darkness comes in the end, you know? Sure, but like there are other ways that games cue you to like let you know to finish your stuff. You know what I mean? Like there are other like. There's no story. There's no narrative.
It's always good to see a familiar sight.
Thank you, Greg, for the raid. What's going on? Hello.
Yes. even if it's for the last time.
This is it, isn't it? The end of our journey.
Oh, that's neat. I was like, it's town building. That's really fun.
Hey now.
Bravely
who's
Default,
saying
by the
that?
way, has a town building
There's still
mechanic,
plenty of
and the
steps
remaster's
left
coming
in
out.
these
So.
legs.
Because there's no story, there's no cohesive story, which means if you want to get like the end, you have to go and seek a position in the game to start it out.
To live, or so they say.
I think we just beat it, so we'll be reviewing it. I think.
Chet? I feel sad. I don't want to say goodbye.
Well, then don't. Just turn your friends into jerky, eat them, and they'll be with you forever.
I myself reluctant to part ways with
The
everyone.
real jerky was the friends you made along the way.
How odd.
What were you up to today? What's going on
I'll do the
over in
same
Grangia's
without you.
world?
I'll miss our feasts.
It was in
As
the,
will
that's what
I.
I'm saying. Bravely Default had a town building mechanic,
I
and it's getting a
don't want
remaster
to
soon, so the
forget
town
this
building mechanic
moment.
will be in it.
This feeling.
You won't, Ochet. We won't.
It's a pretty simple town
Our
building
journey
mechanics,
will
nothing
live
really
on
special.
forever.
Play the game, get points,
Mhm.
town goes up.
Well said.
Right.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Gotchas are always, well, you know. Oh,
to
nice,
journey by your
FF9, hell yeah. Awesome, always happy to see people playing Final Fantasy games.
Come to Ku whenever you please, and you'll be welcomed with open arms.
Unless you are not,
You have a
then
friend
you will not.
for life.
I didn't take my midstream break, so I'm very
glad
hungry
I
right
met
now.
everyone. I'll never forget our adventures together. Not even when I'm old and gray. You can count on it. Never, never, ever. But let's see each other before then.
You're being a cutie, Chi. She's being a super cutie.
Well, I'll be. Seems I've got something in my eyes.
Sand from living out in the desert.
This ain't a farewell, you hear? I'll put no stock in it.
True, it's true.
Happy trails.
I actually do have some dried meat that I may consume.
May the roads ahead of you be filled with fortune and smiles. If you fall sick or become wounded, send a letter. I shall come with haste.
Who's haste?
There's something I want to say, but
No, it's okay. You can just go.
I'll
Nobody
keep
likes
it to
you.
myself for now.
Okay, good. Bye.
When we meet again, I'll tell you.
No. I guess we'll never know. I know, right? I was really hoping to get a spirit bomb out, but it was too risky in the situation that I was in, so...
Thanks.
Honestly,
for everything.
after I got the break on the main part of the body, if Ochet didn't kill it and I had Temenos' turn, that's what I would have done. Honestly, yes, no name, yes. Oh, I imagine Corpus. I imagine that was one of my first thoughts was like pairing this with like high damage and lots of extra SP. I bet that's probably the highest damage potential in the game. I just don't like Temenos. Nothing against the VA, just don't like him.
Everyone's gone. But I'm sure we'll meet again.
Exactly my thought, no name. The
Yes,
journey
it's
began
time
with
to hunt
Ochet
something
eating
scrumptious.
everything, And it ended with Ochette eating literally a
Come
god.
now, Ochette. Allow yourself sometimes.
Like literally, she's like, "I'm hungry." Yeah, ate the god. Actual credits, like I said, yeah, Susie Young, she's great. Susie Young is Yuffie. Erica Mendez is all over the place. Alejandro Saab is getting a lot of work now, yeah. He's got a good voice. It's very Troy Baker, you know? Troy Baker serious. It's very Troy Baker serious in a way. You know what I mean? Because you got Troy Baker Goofy, which is like Snow. I haven't played Trials of Mana since it came out. We platinumed it and then put it down forever. Oh, I really need to work on getting a camera on this cat bed right here because my god, she is being super cute. Oh, I think I know how I can do it. I have the mic arm. I have a desk arm for the microphone. It's like right, and I could just set it on there and like tape it up. I bet that could work, maybe. I'd prefer it if it was more like this angle that I'm looking at her. Oh, that's what's going on here. It's the party sequence you had for each fight. Oh, that's cool. Man, the sprite work really is just phenomenal for this game. Just absolutely stellar visual experience. Beautiful score, just absolutely amazing score. Just so good. And it's such a shame that the story is so trash. Because everything else is so good. Well, there's some flaws here and there, mechanical flaws and a couple other issues, you know, not sharing XP to the sub-party and everything, but minor mechanical flaws are just inherent in a game. You know, you're gonna get them. Like, that's not that big of a deal. Even games with mechanical flaws can still be getting 10 out of 10 scores, you know? So that's not really that big of a deal, especially considering that the vast majority of the mechanics are very strong, actually. It's mostly just the not XP and JP being shared across everybody. That's killer. Honestly, it's of my opinion that as soon as you get out of the prologue intro of your character, they should get all the JP and XP that they missed, and then just share it all the time, 100% of XP and JP. So like, let's say you do 7 out of 8 of the scenarios of the character chapter 1s or whatever they are, prologues, and you go for your 8th, and everybody on your party is like level 25, and it has like 5,000 JP. You do the 8th one, they have their normal level that they start with on the prologue, and then they get boosted up to your level with all the JP that you've earned. That's how it should be. And then everybody gets XP, everybody gets JP, full JP and XP. And the passives that reduce encounter rate, increase JP, increase XP, should be equipable on anybody and still work, including accessories that increase XP and JP. There's just no reason to not let you do that, because the game is basically saying, you know, you have to nerf yourself if you want this bonus, and it gives me the vibe of like, oh hey, you can get 20% XP, but your HP is always 1, and it just feels really shitty. Oh, there is a chat poll, so we're gonna do a full review, as we always do at the end of credits. We always review a game, go all nice and deep into the details. What I want you guys to do, there's a poll in chat. I want you to vote what you think this game is on a scale of 1 to 10. If 2 things get tied, then it's like if 5 to 6 and 7 to 8 get tied, then it becomes 6 to 7. So, you know, like we just kind of split the difference there. So that's why it's still on a scale of 1 to 10. Anyway, you can only have 5 options in a poll, so whatever. But yeah, go ahead and vote what you think this game is on a scale of 1 to 10. Let me actually get the review screen set up so we can just pop right in. I'm not gonna lie, I felt like I may not actually get the official credits. I felt like the game was gonna require me to grind a whole lot on my sub party, and I was gonna feel really frustrated by that. Especially since we were so late into the day. I was like, I don't have time to do all this, you know? I basically killed it with the second set of arms. So I got into phase 2, which is like, you know, the double party thing. And then I burned the arms, and then I did a bunch of damage. I brought it down to red, and then I killed it almost immediately after I broke it the second time, while the second set of arms were still alive. Honestly, I had a really bad first break, like really bad. My big bada boom only did like 27k 3 times instead of 35k 3 times. I only had like 2 damage dealers the entire one. It was like a lot of recovery on that break. I feel like I could have killed V-Day if I just had a good break, just in a single break. But it was just a rough break. So I basically prioritized all break center, and then I did a Ochet Nom Nom, and I managed to kill it. Especially considering there was no resin and Oswald was down, so it was not looking great. I still could have had a lot of time to keep doing damage, but I feel like I would have eventually pittered out.
too many people. My head is spinning.
I have to manually... Yeah.
I think it's incredible! Like a living jungle! But I can smell the others. Let's go, Akala!
Yeah, I liked the inventor class. The problem with the inventor class is it didn't have a heal. I mean, it didn't have an AoE heal. I needed that AoE heal, and there were virtually no items that were good AoE healing. You had the bunch of grapes which you couldn't even buy, and that was it. Like, inventor felt really good if you could get it early, but if you didn't, then everything else was just better. So, like, I wanted to use the inventor class, but I also thought, gee, you have all these great things like critical scope, and if you can continue that with Agnia, that's insane. But then you have to sit there and like wait for your inventions to come back if you want to do that again. And I felt like that was just going to be a hindrance if I did not give myself a good AoE heal. I popped over to the oh.
It's good to see you again, my friend. Let us be on our way. It's time we celebrate her new journey.
Oh, I see what's going on here. You just get your team back.
Well now, here's a familiar
I forgot what I was gonna
face.
say.
Shall we be on our way?
Ort! Didn't Ort get Bort? Ort got boarded, what the hell?
Hey there, I'm Paula, Agni's little sister. I'm so glad you could make it. I'm about ready to explode from excitement.
Huh? What's going on? This is weird.
I've been waiting for you. No time for pleasantries. Let's mosey.
7-8 on pull. I figured as much. It was pretty commanding lead. It's basically every named NPC from the game. Well, let's see what the game has to have here.
Thank goodness we were able to find each other. I'm looking forward to the performance.
I hate crowds.
Oh.
You're late. Though I only just arrived myself. Let's go.
Hey, doggy. Yeah, I saw you guys clipped it. Very happy with that.
Life is a journey.
5 snack box chocolates.
Places you go, the deeds you do, the tales whose hero you become. Every road is yours to take. I once went on a journey. I was one of 8. My friends and I visited every corner of the realm.
Ochette was 8 of 8 because she
The
just
winding
ate.
road we walked was full of surprises. And I know the memories we made will be with me forever. Looking back on them now brings a comforting warmth to my heart. Our lives are both a journey
So you said life's a
and
journey.
an adventure.
So now it's the journey and adventure. Make up your fucking mind.
The path ahead may be dangerous. And you may even feel like giving up when the night is long and dark.
So we better set out today. Oh,
But
and one more
remember,
thing.
In those times,
All the people and the places.
especially in those times, you don't need to walk alone. No path is too perilous so long as friends are at your side. Walk astride to the dawn.
Yes. The path is the corpses of your friends that you
I
met along the
hope
way.
Your journey and the dawn that awaits are filled with light. This song is for you.
And then she just goes into the chicken dance.
Octopath Traveler.
Get a post-credit save, probably. Hey! God, the music in this game does such a heavy lifting. So much heavy lifting with emotion. It's like, without the score, I wouldn't feel a damn thing. But they had to have a godly OST, assholes. That's the name of the game. This song is for you. Octopath Traveler 2. What happened to the first one? Oh, we didn't make a song for... It's TOO 2 as well, right? 2018? This game did not come out in 2018. It came out in 2024 or 2023? It's like last year or the year before. Well, this isn't Octopath 1. You know what? Hold on. Uh, 2018, we had Red Dead Redemption 2, Monster Hunter World, the God of War reboot. So nothing really I see that's potentially in the way of that. What did win Best Score of 2018? Red Dead Redemption 2. I mean, that's like what was it, 2023 when Xenoblade Chronicles 3 came out? That should have won Best Score, and it was sent to like God of War Ragnarok. Look, I haven't played God of War Ragnarok, but I seriously doubt that game had a better score than Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I mean, that was all about the score, and Ragnarok, even if it's like Dark Souls-esque, where, you know, has really good ambience and then some like beastly tunes to belt out during bosses, wouldn't have mattered. Octopath Traveler Xenoblade Chronicles 3 just like, god damn. Did you know that they made special flutes for Xenoblade Chronicles 3 because they wanted to capture a specific sound with their flutes, and it was very, very heavy flute based score, but they had like custom flutes whittled and crafted for their score. Just damn. Yeah, I mean, FF16 absolutely deserves it. I couldn't remember what year it was. Anyway, review time, review time. Man, it's been a while since we finished a viewer choice game, hasn't it, huh? Well, usually viewer choice games are about 4 or 5 days. Even Goonies being a single day was way too fast. I don't like it when viewer choice games are a single day. I want them to be about 4 days or so. 4 days is actually ideal. 4 to 6, somewhere in there, because that's enough time. If it's 4 days, then it's just like 2 weekends. Boom, done. You know, get to the next one on the next week. Anyway, here's our document. So as you can see, the God of War trilogy. This is PS2 and PS3. We're doing God of War 1, 2, and 3 as a single package. And the reason I'm doing this, doing it this way, is because these are games that can likely be beaten in a day. It depends on the game. Maybe some of them will be more difficult to beat in a single day. Maybe not. I don't know. Either way, I've been wanting to play the God of War trilogy for a long, long time. And once I play this, once I beat God of War 1, 2, and 3, this opens up the ability to play the 2018 reboot as well as God of War Ragnarok afterwards. So there's a good chance that we play both of those games later on today, because I do have them. No, I have I have God of War reboot. I remember because I had like a GameStop card like way back then in 2018, and I didn't know what to get because nothing was out that I really wanted. And I was like, well, I do want God of War. I want to play that eventually, so I'll get that, and that's what I got with the card. But the Ragnarok, I think I was waiting on that one. I was like, let's wait until we get the reboot. By the time I get to play it, it'll probably be a lot cheaper. So I'll probably be able to get that a lot cheaper now. Yeah. Especially since it's on PC now, isn't it? So might be able to get it real cheap. I'll check my library first. But yeah, so God of War clearly won the vote. And as always, we always delete votes so that every game has a chance of winning at any time, instead of it, like if we keep votes, it's not really indicative of what people are voting for. It's indicative of what people were voting for years ago. And then we don't really get a viewer choice. We get, you know, something else. Not to mention, it becomes a playlist of this is what we know we're going to play next, because the votes just kind of stack up on certain games. So, all right. Well, Octopath Traveler 2 finished. A meaty game, and I enjoyed my time with it. If there was not voice acting, it would have been a struggle. But with voice acting, you just kind of let the story go and whatever. And everything else was great. So, God of War 1, 2, and 3, we'll be starting that tomorrow. You know, the thing is Playonastic or a lot of people that support the channel tend to follow the trend of what other people are voting for. If you don't support the channel a whole lot, I don't really care. Like, you do you, live your best life. But if you have a game that you want to see played on viewer choice, vote for it. Vote for it from the document, and people will pick up on it. It'll get crowdfunded. It's happened so many times. Probably half the games in viewer choice are straight up somebody taking somebody else's lead and voting for it. It's very unlikely that you get games where it's like a competition between two teams or anything like that. So viewer choice really is viewer choice, regardless of how much you support. It really does help push certain games towards the top. It gets visibility. We talk about it. It gets voted on later. I remember one game where it was like Grandia, I think it was, kept getting like second place for so many times, you know? Any chance I'll revisit this on my own time? Maybe. I don't know if I'll do any post-game stuff. The side questing was really uninteresting. I want to if the game was more interesting from a side quest perspective, but I don't know. What if the game isn't on the list? If you think that there's a game that you want me to play or check it out, there is a Discord channel called Game Suggestions. You can post a preview video there, say, hey, I really like this game, you should check it out. I check out all the games there. Additionally, people have sent me games like Destiny of an Emperor that Vax sent me, and it got voted in, and we played it, you know, almost immediately, actually. It really just depends, you know, it just kind of depends on the flow of how things are going. One thing I will say, though, is that anything on viewer choice will eventually get played. We're about 60 to 70% done with the viewer choice list, which means that we've played over, viewer choice reviews? This is all the viewer choice games that we've played. Every single one. While the viewer choice list has grown, we finish games faster than it grows. 156 games on viewer choice that we've played. So, I mean, and that's actually not entirely accurate because there are some combinations I want to say here. Anyway, point is that, you know, it doesn't matter how much you support the channel. If you happen to cheer or donate, put in the tag of the game you want me to see, want to see me play. It'll get noticed, you know, and eventually we will play it. And if there's something that I don't have on the list that you would like to see me play, post it in the game suggestions. There's a pretty good chance that I've probably played anything that you might suggest. Like, yeah, Chrono Trigger is not on the viewer choice list. Guess what? I played Chrono Trigger about 80 times, and that's not even being like, that's not even exaggerating. I probably played Chrono Trigger 80 to 150 times because I used to speedrun it, you know? So, obviously it's not on the viewer choice list. I played it when I was a kid as well, right? Well, teenager, I guess. Anyway, point is, just post it in the game suggestion channel, or just say something. If you say something in Discord, it's very unlikely that I'm going to remember it. I'm sorry, if you say something in chat, it's unlikely that I'm going to remember it after stream. But if you post it in the Discord, it's right there. I'll remember it. I'll look into it. I'll wishlist it. I put it on my list if it looks interesting. Like, I have a whole document dedicated to games that I might want to play, and that could be, you know, content for the year, and whether or not I own the game or not, and then I mark it and update it and everything. So, you know, I keep track of everything, just about. If I didn't, I would forget everything. I have to keep track of stuff on a document. The Sega CD Lunar Eternal Blue. Well, my wife does. Yeah, shouldn't that be added to VC? If I misunderstand, oh good. But is it not on the viewer choice list? Lunar Eternal Blue should be on viewer choice. Should be there. Yeah, first 30 minutes of Chrono Trigger. Hell yeah. Well, check to see if the Sega CD one is there, and then I'll get started on the review. All right, so we rate on a 5 as average scale. Okay, that means if a game is okay, it does its job, it's all right. Nothing really great, nothing really bad, or maybe a lot of great and a lot of bad that balance out. That's a 5, right? Average. It's okay. I might like it, I might not like it, don't know. 5, okay? That's not a 7. This isn't like get a gold star because you tried, right? Audio. Sorry. Very rare to be very high, very rare to be very low. Let's get into the scores. Visuals. Visuals, you don't have to be, you know, super god tier, high definition, ultra 4K, you know, fidelity or whatever in order to get a good visual score. You need just a good visual aesthetic. Aesthetic can be anime, it could be what Octopath Traveler is, it could be any kind of art style, as long as it's done well with great detail, lots of little clutter and things that make it feel like a place that could exist, or it matches the aesthetic really well and has something engaging and interesting in the visual design of it. Not to mention visual conveyance is part of the visual design, and that's kind of like visual storytelling, like telling the player what they can do and where they can go and how they can play the game without actually telling them how to do it, but through visual conveyance. Audio, same kind of deal with audio. You know, it's not just about like having banger tracks all through the game. You want audio design. You want good sound effects. You want good voice acting, good balance. You want all the things. And you know, like while this game has like a tremendous score, there wasn't really a lot of audio design beyond that because it's just a lot of good, great bangers, right? So that's where this game would start taking a hit a little bit. As an example, right? Gameplay, it's not just the combat. It's field navigation, any of the mini games, anything you got to do with the controller, you know? Menu navigation, field navigation, map, combat, you know, responsiveness of the buttons, all that stuff. And then the story would be, obviously, again, it's all things encompassing the story. I talk about like the micro and the macro. Like writing is the micro, it's the tiny stuff in between everything, and the story is the macro, it's the big stuff, the whole world building, how the plot, you know, the plot concepts and how it combines, like story, writing, right? Okay. And then of course, you know, just there's all the in between as well. Game design is like the raw skeleton of the game. Like before the pretty stuff and flowers are put into the game, you have the base structure of it. What is the concept of the game's gameplay loop, bugs and glitches, all that kind of stuff. And then the enjoyment score is my personal subjective score. I try to be as objective as possible with all of these, but the enjoyment is like how much did I enjoy it. I don't give a shit about anything else. Okay, I'll add that to the list of having to add Eternal Blue. Let me update my document here. Okay. All right, and we already went up and down the whole viewer choice list. This is game 157, Octopath Traveler 2. Damn. And then we got God of War. Next. What is the release date of Octopath Traveler 2? I always do this. I'm so bad at streaming. And then the chat review was 7 to 8. Pretty much like, what the flippin' hell? Very aggressively 7 to 8. That was an early 2023 release. All right. February. Is the Devil May Cry series on my personal to-do list? It is, actually. I posted on social media, like, when they announced FF16's combat director. I picked up all the Devil May Cry games very, very low price. It was very nice. And I was going to play them before FF16 came out. I just didn't have time. But yes, Devil May Cry series is on my list. I've actually played Devil May Cry 1 and 4, I think. But I haven't played the rest. So I thought, hey, let's just revisit them, and when I have some time, we'll do the like a Devil May Cry-a-thon, because they're pretty short games as well. All right, let's get into it, shall we? The nitty-gritty. First off, visuals. Obviously, this is a very strong point of this game, and they have a really great way of designing landscape, a lot of detail, a really good aesthetic, ridiculously good sprite work. There's really only one small issue with the visual score, and it's actually not that small, and that is visual storytelling. There really isn't a whole lot of it. You have these like sprites on the screen, you know, they like lift up their hand once or twice, move around a little bit, but there's nothing really going on the field. Most of the visual storytelling, if there's any at all, is done in the combat screen And that's about it. What are we doing? We just finished Octopath Traveler 2, and now we are reviewing it. We review every game that we beat in great detail, and we just finished this one, so we're reviewing it. Right. So, there is gameplay mechanic conveyance in the visual score and in the visuals, like with the way that they lock out the weakness abilities or whatever whenever like they summon ads and they put like these chains across it. You know, it's very clear, okay, we can't hit weaknesses right now, right? Well, I'm always going to be as honest as I possibly can, Corpus, so I'm not going to spare any feelings. If I hate the game, I think it's bad, I'm going to say as much. If I hate the game, but I think it's good, I'm going to say as much. So, you know, just keep that in mind. Right. Mostly, everything about the visuals is fantastic. They have just a really great way of making the worlds feel alive. There's a tremendous amount of ground clutter and detail, lots of little bushes and flowers and boxes and fences. You know, just everything reeks a lot of detail. I would say the biggest issue is with the landscape design is dungeons, as it usually is. But I would say overall, this game does a lot better dungeon design than most games, and you get a lot of, like in the first game, there was just like one tile set that they used for everything and just kind of painted a little loop-de-loo in there. There you go. But in this game, there's a lot of different tile sets they use, a lot of different aesthetics, a lot of like twisty-turny caves and hidden paths and stuff. They really took the time to care about the way the game looked. And some of the cities are just fantastic with a tremendous amount of detail, lots of different unique tiles that make the city feel alive, like it feels like a lived-in city. And that's, I think, one of the greatest things about this games is the visual design. And of course, the combat abilities are beautiful. There's just so many cool, awesome attacks. They use really good use of camera to like zoom in. Hi, kitty. Okay, we're doing this now, huh? All right. There's a really good use of camera to like zoom in on like when you break an enemy. It kind of has this crunchy feel and everything. Okay, what are we doing? We're staying or going? We're going. All right. Not to mention, enemy sprites had a tremendous amount of work to put into them. A lot of them have like unique animations for some of their attacks. Overall, I'm trying to find a flaw in the visuals, and I really can't. It's just really damn good. I mean, a significant flaw. I would say, once again, the biggest thing holding this game back on a visual score is visual storytelling. It's just a bunch of sprites on screen standing there while you know, endless words are spouted out. And that's really an unfortunate thing, because even in games like FF6 and FF5, they used those sprites and gave them multiple little facial expressions to kind of help tell the story more than just words on screen. And so the aesthetic being a limiting factor is not an excuse. People were doing that 30 years ago. So you could absolutely have more action going on, you know, movement with those characters, because at the end of the day, the most important thing to do with a video game storytelling is visual storytelling. You need to show, don't tell, right? Like even just the smallest expression in a game with facial expressions, obviously this doesn't have it, can tell a whole lot. And you don't need 80 paragraphs. You just need one expression. God, what was the there was a thing that we got into very recently where I think actually it was Expedition 33, so we're not going to talk too much about it, but there's a scene in Final Fantasy X where not a word is spoken. And man, is it powerful, just powerful. It's one of the best scenes in video games. Not a damn word is spoken. And it's just the camera framing, the way it pans over, and just the expressions on the face. And this is 2001, you know? So like having just something going on, even with sprites, really changes the feeling that you get. Yes, that's what it was. Yeah, I mean, if you've played FF10 more than once, heck, even maybe just stuck with you the first time, you're gonna know exactly what I'm talking about. But I feel like it's such a lost art in storytelling, is using visuals to your advantage. So while it's a great visual experience all the way around, I feel like this is still part of the visual score. It's also part of the story score, so I'm gonna split the difference and call it a 9. Nice, Titus. Hey, as long as he didn't lose it. Audio. This is pretty much the exact same thing as the visual score, so except a little bit less. So first off, I want to say the score is gorgeous. Everywhere you go, it's just beautiful. And I made this comment, I think it was like Throne Ace Chapter 3 or something, and obviously I have my gripes with the story, but I said the music does more for the storytelling than the story does. And it's not entirely difficult to do if you have like a really good storytelling team that's working together with the composer to tell a story. It's not all that difficult to have the music be a tremendous part of the storytelling, because how music, the tone, the tempo, the instrumentation, all this comes together to give you a feel like a crying violin, you know, it's gonna electrify your skin and bring tears to your eyes. Especially, or like a cello or any kind of string instrument, honestly has a really good chance of doing that. You know, haunting melodies that stick with you during an emotional scene, that kind of thing. And even how, like, sometimes when music will stick around. You know, I'm looking at you, Final Fantasy VII, end of Disc 1, when the music stayed playing. It's just like, fuck. You're just like, fuck you, video game. How dare you? How dare you do this to me? You know, no spoilers, obviously. But anyway, storytelling through music is extremely important, and this game does a damn fine job of it. Throne Ace theme had this like struggle to it, like you could feel her trying to build herself up to break free of the shackles, and the story did a terrible job of expressing that, but the music did an amazing job of expressing that, and everybody's theme felt pretty much on point to their character and their story and their struggle. It's almost like the only like interaction in the development team was between the storytellers and the composer, and everybody else just kind of fucked off and did their own thing. But that not only is it just good composition, not only is it just lots of depth to all the tracks, but it tells the story quite a bit more than the story itself tells itself, if that makes any sense. But there's this like slight issue with it. So when there's this like concept that the story tries to take itself way too seriously, and there's not really a lot of levity, and we'll get into that to the story score later on. But when all you have is striking emotional tracks, it kind of can wear on you a little bit, and you just kind of sort of like get numb to it a little bit. You need to be kind of ping-ponged around with your emotions. You need to laugh, you need to cry, you need to kind of be excited, you need to be, you know, frightened at times. Like you need to have an emotional roller coaster in order to not get bored with one thing or another. And when you only have these like epic tracks that are just like crazy, beautiful, gorgeous things, you kind of get a little just like you're tired of feeling that. You want to feel something else. And that can be a little bit wearing on the player. And that is probably more of a story issue than an audio issue, but it's part of it. It's definitely something that needs to come together. But more than that, it's just like, it's only score with melody and not a lot of score with like cinematic feel to it, you know? Like Final Fantasy XII would be an OST that has a lot of cinematic quality, where it's more meant to be enjoyed in the background, and you know you don't even know why you're getting emotional, because the music is sort of just there but not really exciting you directly like a melody does. And everything in this game was just like major focus on melody, and I can't help but feel that the reason they did that was because they're trying really hard to be the traditional RPG, and back in the day that was basically all you did was tracks with melody, because that was all you had. You didn't have voice acting, you didn't have cutscenes or anything, so you focused on the melody to get catchy tunes in the player's head, because that's all you really had. I think I said it kind of sounded like a Weather Channel track, didn't it? Yeah. Anyway, again, it's beautiful, it's gorgeous, it's well written, but there's still a couple things lacking, so I'm going to say 9 on this one. Gameplay. This is basically Octopath Traveler 1 gameplay, so I don't want to praise it too much, but I do think that the gameplay in this game is solid. It may not be your cup of tea. I know some people, I've talked to people that don't really particularly care for the Octopath Traveler gameplay, but I think when it comes to turn-based RPGs, there's really not a lot of room left for feeling like there's a unique gameplay element in the game. And I think this does a great job of making a really, really special, unique gameplay. Like, you can't really say it's Bravely Default, you can't really say it's Grandia, but you could definitely say it's Octopath Traveler. And what I like about the gameplay in this game is it doesn't really hide away what you're supposed to do too much, you know? There's definitely a mechanic system that each boss follows and you need to adhere to it. But at the end of the day, the gameplay loop is find the weaknesses, exploit the weaknesses, burn damage. And there's two things about that make it work really, really well. First off, you're usually going to have an ability variety that you can work with in order to break the shields and find the weaknesses. Everybody has something, right? Two, they don't make it such a struggle to get to where you want to be to burn damage. I made it more of a struggle on myself when I realized that I could buff the ever-living shit out of my team very easily and just continue rolling that forever. That added a round or two to my buffing, but generally speaking, it was always just like break, 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 I got BP, burn, you know, and that's great. So I will say that I did have the double speed up the whole time pretty much because the regular speed was pretty slow, but it's fine, you know, it's fine. Menu navigation is great, field navigation is great, everything's very smooth, the controller is responsive, the fast travel was nice. I felt like the boat world wasn't too big. I was really worried about it. The only real thing I had a problem with was the scent of commerce was super vague. I was never figuring that out. Bring me the thing I value the most. Bye. Oh, okay, yeah, just let me travel the entire world searching for the thing that you value most with no hint. Thanks. You know, like, I'm really gonna want to do that, you know? Yeah. I think it's a solid game. I think they introduced a few new mechanics. I think the biggest problem with the Octopath Traveler gameplay is that the job system almost feels like a throwaway. They know that a lot of turn-based enthusiasts go gaga for job systems, and so they have a job system simply to have a job system, but they didn't really care to have a job system. And what I mean by that is, first off, you have your primary job that you can't switch out of, so you're locked in. I guess that's good because it gives every character a feeling of being unique, you know what? And I think that's really important. Otherwise, everything's just homogenized and it doesn't matter who you have in your party. So that's important to an extent, but being able to at least change your job, but you at the very least you keep certain abilities may have helped a little bit. I guess that's kind of what the secondary job is, but still, there should be something a little more. The bigger problem that I'm getting at is that there isn't really these clear combinations that work together in order to create this robust job system. Bravely Default 2, oh my god. That is a job system. Holy shit, that is a great job system. Just so many jobs for one, and the way they mingle and work together, they just let you go with it. They let you fucking run with that game. And this game kind of almost feels like it's like, oh no running, don't run in the halls, there's no running allowed. You know, you're not allowed to have fun kind of thing. It's almost like anytime there might have been a thing that's just like, ooh, what if I could do this with this? It's like, oh, sorry, let me take that away from you. Yeah, you're not allowed to have fun here. Yeah, sorry, you know? And that felt really frustrating. The job system was mostly like, yeah, equip some things that are neat. Bye. There's some combinations, sure. I definitely utilized some combinations that worked. Alphine's Wisdom with the Arcanist or whatever was really nice. However, I never really used that job once I got One True Magic. It's pointless. Why would I use those when I could use One True Magic and do way more damage and break shields on top of that, you know? Yeah, I mean, you could still go back to Bravely Default and play it, of course. So that's really kind of where I start to have the issue with the gameplay is that it just kind of feels like they robbed the player of really being able to take advantage of what makes job system games so fun. You know, like putting throw on a summoner in FF5 and throwing fucking wind scrolls for 5k. It's awesome. You know, it lets you be OP. It lets you just do the things and be awesome with it. And it just felt like the game was trying to rob you. And so it just felt like the jobs, the secondary jobs, the bonus jobs, they were just independent. And sometimes they meshed a little bit okay, but not really well. I'm gonna say, this is a tough one. I'm gonna say 8. As far as turn-based RPGs go, this is definitely one of the better ones. All right, this is the big one. Story. This is one of the most insulting stories I've ever played. I think I've only ever felt more insulted with Trails in the Sky. What I mean by that is the game treats you like an idiot. It's not logical in the way the plot advances. The characters will straight up do dumbass things that make no sense just because for the sake of moving the plot forward. And it's just a hodgepodge of random thoughts. It's like stream of consciousness. It's like somebody just went on the keyboard and started typing things out and didn't stop to think about how they interacted with one another just to get a script out. And then somebody proofread it to make sure there weren't any typos and said, yep, good to go. And just sent it out, you know? It was bad. It's not good. It's not interesting. None of the individual stories have very much logic to them whatsoever. And on top of that, you have a completely disjointed plot. It just, none of it makes sense to one another. The reason people join your party is just because, hey, how's it going? Join my party. Okay. And now you have somebody with like fierce conviction in their heart about getting revenge or becoming free or spreading their love or whatever it might be. Conviction. They are dead set on doing this thing. And you just like side rail them to join your team and go along your little path. There's no camaraderie, there's no interaction with the characters. Oh, but the shared crossed paths things, they're interacting. Yeah, well, where was the buildup? They just act like they've always been together, like they're buds, like they're part of the same story. And none of the cross paths had much to do with the main plot or their individual plots at all. The cross paths probably had the most to do with the main plot, but still, it was like barely there. It just, ugh. It was a bunch of non-story masquerading as story. I miss a lot of party banter. The story, and this may be controversial, the story should not be in the party banter. That should be the character interactions and growth and everything, maybe, and maybe just kind of getting to know their personalities a little more. But if I have to get to the party banter, that's optional and easily missed, to get the story, you did it wrong. You did it wrong. I'm sorry. It's not an excuse. You know, like, it doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck about the party banter. I read one party banter thing and I was like, great, it's generic dialogue. And I left it because I didn't give a shit about the story, the characters, or anything in between because they did nothing to excite me about that. So why if I miss the party banter, I miss the story? I don't give a shit how much there is. The more that there's in there, the worse it is. That's not the slam dunk you think it is, my friend. That is not it. I don't mind the skits in Tales of games if they voice act them, I suppose. But God, they can be so wordy at times. You know, but what I meant earlier about like why like this game is one of the most insulting stories to date is because it treats you like a child. And like, I get it. This game is written for teenagers mostly. It's probably targeted towards like a 9 to 15 age group, and that's fine, right? Okay, fine. It's an all ages story. Mario is an all ages story, and it does not insult me the way this game did. Like, basically, here, little baby, let me scoop up. Oh, you got a little food on your chin. Let me get that for you. There you go. That's the story. Little food on my chin. Oh, we don't want you to miss that. Let me spell it out for you. Who's a good boy? That's this story when it does make sense. And then the rest of it is just a hodgepodge mess of verbal diarrhea. There's some really neat concepts, there's some really neat ideas, there's some interactions that aren't so bad, but when you're talking about a story, especially a game that basically lauds itself as having 8 epic journeys mingled together. Now, it's 8 side stories that have nothing to do with one another. It's not a good story. They also, like, okay, I made this analogy earlier about like making food. What was it? Like 8 different, oh yeah, okay, so every individual story is its own little like island, okay? They don't interact with one another almost at all. And they're just by themselves, okay? And it's like you got ice cream and you got steak and you got cereal and you got pancakes and you got asparagus. And then after you do all of these like little bits of story on the side, you have the post-story, the one where everybody comes together with the darkness, and it's like they just sprayed ketchup on everything and just said, there you go, it's connected, see, everything has ketchup, they're all the same, they're all connected. It's like, no, man, it's you wrote 8 individual stories and just plopped this garbage on top and said, look, it's the same dish. We're all together, mingling. No, you did not. You just plopped something that doesn't go together with any of this on top of a bunch of things that don't go with ketchup. Like, that doesn't make any sense at all. They didn't write the Shadow story with V-Day together with the rest of the game. They just arbitrarily made certain characters important to it without actually connecting the stories together. It's just a band-aid to a bad story. And then the individual writing in between wasn't exactly anything to write home about. Honestly, most of it, let's take the merchant story, for instance. I want to be the best merchant in the world. So I'm going to buy the rights to your Steam engine for whatever price you want because I'm nice. Not because he wants to be a good merchant. That's what he says, anyway, which doesn't make sense. And a great merchant would haggle. They would get you, cornered verbally in a deal and force you to, give them a good deal. Not like coerce them physically, but like, I won the bartering, kind of thing. And they just like, 80 billion. Okay, what? How does that make you a good merchant? That is the opposite of what a good merchant is. And then he gives it away. Like, that's not what, like, come on. Look, I get it. Capitalism bad, fine, whatever. But your story is literally capitalism good. And it just, it doesn't make sense. And they did the exact same thing with Treasure Story in the first one. They just don't know how to tell a merchant story. I'm sorry. But more than that, they don't know how to tell any of the stories. And it like the writing and the way each story goes forward doesn't make sense. It's illogical, and then nothing actually connects. I'm going to be generous and give it a 3 simply because the voice acting was decent for the most part, aside from the long pauses between words. But also just because they tried. They put some work into it. There's a lot of storytelling with the music, and that helps. The way they pair tracks together to create an emotional experience. It matters, it's not that, like, you can still feel something, but goddamn, you're gonna hate every word spoken on screen. Game design. So I like the idea of the whole 8 stories coming together. There's a lot of side content that you can do, and it all really kind of feels good. I wanted to do most of it. The only really bad side content was the side questing, and I've always said that if side content is bad, I usually call that a wash. I usually just said, we're not going to worry about it too much unless it's like a big part of the side content. It's really badly done, which I kind of feel about the side quests in this game. It doesn't have side quest tracking. It doesn't have like any kind of really meaningful direction. It kind of just says, boy, I sure am hungry. New quest added. He's hungry. I have food in my inventory. Does that prompt the quest to be completed, or do I need to go to a specific part of the world and get some kind of key item dish? Like, what's going on here? You know, nothing. Fucking crickets. Side questing is really bad. Hands down. I wanted to do none of it. There were a couple that were like enticing. It's like, ooh, this seems like it could be something big. And I wanted to try some of it, but at the end of the day, I just kind of left it. But the menus are responsive. The game doesn't really have significant bugs and glitches. The switching between night and day is amazing. The fact that there's so many different town abilities, although I will say that a lot of the town abilities are pretty much just like the same town ability except slightly different. Like you steal or you take based on level, you know, same difference. Obviously one is done during day and one during night, but there are other abilities like mugging that are the same as stealing. You just have to fight instead, you know? But it's still a cool system. You know, when you get into a town and you feel like you want to go or look around everywhere, that's a good feeling. That's good. You want to encourage the player to explore. And this game does that because the zones are not too big. They're not too small. They're just right. So you get in there, you search around, you find some treasures, you find a cool, job bonus thingy, EX skill, temple, cool. These are great things. Awesome. I'm having fun. I'm enjoying looking around the world. So overall, I think the game really encourages you to want to play it. The thing that does the worst to try and encourage you to want to play it is the story, which we already talked about, And honestly, a lot of people can look past that. I could usually look past it. I know I prefer a game with a much more robust story. I want to be enthralled and immersed in the game world. And without a good story, it's not going to happen. You've lost me. I might enjoy the mechanics. This is a game that I would play handheld Switch and I just vibe with it. I wouldn't really care about the story. I wouldn't care if I could hear it or whatever. I just kind of mash through it a little bit and I wouldn't really bother with it. But then I would enjoy playing the game. I would enjoy doing the combat, exploring, and getting my characters all maxed out and everything. Definitely a game where everything is great except the story. So game design, very decent, very competent, very engaging, and it definitely wants you to explore the world, which is one of the biggest issues I have with some RPGs. Trails in the Sky, excuse me. Oh. 7 on game design. Enjoyment? I think I could safely say 8. And I would not mind an Octopath Traveler 3. I would enjoy it. Yeah, that's totally fair, Hesse. I get that. Usually after stream, I have about an hour or so before I start to fade and get too tired to really focus on a game. So yeah, absolutely, definitely. All right, what do we got here for the total? 21, 29, 37, 44, right? Is that right? 44? Good. It's a good game. And I also would say, I think this is an 8 out of 10 game. I really do. I really think this is a good game. It's a lot of fun, very engaging, lots of neat gameplay. The story is just utter trite garbage. It's shit. Story sucks. Everything else is amazing. That's it. That's all the time we got. I mean, honestly, it's the end of day. I should have taken my break normally. If I had taken my break normally, we'd be ending right at 9. God dang, I didn't realize this would take so long, but whatever. That's it. Octopath Traveler 2 is finished. We did it. Tomorrow we have early start, early finish, and we'll be starting with God of War. So we have the entire God of War trilogy, the original trilogy. I do not care about any of the side games like the PSP game or whatever. Don't care. From what I understand, there's not really any meaningful story in any of that. It's just kind of like side stuff that you can pretty much take it or leave it. Doesn't really matter. So I really only care about playing the main God of War games. That's why only those 3 are on the viewer choice. No, I gave it an 8. But anyway, God of War, PS2. As a note, God of War won Game of the Year the year that it came out. So the God of War games have been very, very well received through history. So this is going to be like basically the treasure trove of the PS2 era. We should be getting very good games with great experiences that were praised by all. Game of the Year, 2002 or something like that for God of War? I don't know. RPG Chick has not played Octopath Traveler 2. In fact, the funny thing is I'm playing her copy. It's not mine. It's hers. So I have to hand it back to her once I'm done here. So yeah, I don't even have it. But anyway, God of War is a very, very well-loved and cherished franchise. There are 3 games in the main franchise, and we're going to be playing all 3 of those because they should be pretty short games. And that'll open the door to get play the reboots and remakes and stuff. So thank you for being here, everyone. Thank you for all the love and support, bits and donations and subs and resubs. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow, a couple hours earlier than 1 p.m. Pacific, because Monday is early in, early out. And we'll be playing God of War on PS2. So look forward to seeing you all then. Thanks for all the love and support. Take care. Have a good night. Cheers.